Hi everyone, I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at this Jupiter in Leo that's happening on June 29th, 2026 until July 26, 2027. That is a 13-month cycle. Now, Jupiter was in Leo about 12 years ago. Okay, so if you want to look back at your chart using one of your apps, or Astro Matrix app is the one that I use. If you don't know about it, it is a free app that you can get your birth chart, and I have a tutorial in my playlist to use. But you can look back 12 years ago to see how it was affecting you within your chart. Jupiter entering Leo, it will have a significant impact where Leo is in your chart. Leo represents fun, enjoyment, how we love, how we show up with our God-given talents, how we feel significant with those talents. And it can bring upon us acts of courage to be seen or to do what is necessary to change a belief system. Because Jupiter, the planet of expansion, luck, and beliefs, is the ruler over Sagittarius and Pisces in your chart. Being in Leo, it will light a spark underneath us that we haven't felt for 12 years. This spark could impact us to take a chance on love, take a chance on having children or with our children, or even just help us understand our heart space and what we really desire. We will be reminded by the cosmos that we are capable and that joy is really the purpose of being human. So I'm going to go over all the signs. Please watch your sun, moon, and rising sign to get a full picture of how this is happening in your world. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype, and I'll see you soon. Hi Aries, I hope you're doing well today. This is for Aries sun, moon, or rising. We're going to take a look at this Jupiter in Leo happening in your 5th house. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype. Okay, so the 5th house, it deals with your love life, romance, fun, enjoyment, talents, and genius. It also deals with children, pets. It can be your celebrity popularity and recognition status. Friendships are here. Your expression is here. Your dating life. Also, on the other side of the 5th house, there is infidelity, okay? And with Jupiter here, Jupiter can bring in luck, abundance. It can bring in a significant amount of enjoyment within the 5th house, okay? If life has been, too much thus far, this could be a time to where Jupiter, it opens up a new perspective in regards to, if you're not in love, this could be abundance within love. If you don't have children, this could be that you're capable of having children or pets. Pets can be some type of psychological healing within unconditional love. Okay, this could also bring in some type of new talent that you have, or the God-given talent that you do have becomes seen by the masses. Jupiter, it rules over Pisces and Sagittarius. Okay, so I'm going to go over Sagittarius first. Sagittarius is in that 9th house. Sagittarius, it deals with opportunities and blessings. It holds that flavor of Jupiter when it comes to your philosophy, your narrative, the belief system, the bigger picture that you're seeing. The ninth house is also your skills and learning abilities. Teachers, preachers, and gurus are here. This is higher education, legal cases, freedom, liberation and freedom, and politics. Okay? In-laws, grandchildren, and grandparents are here. Traveling long distances can be the ninth house also. So with these two together, it could be that you have some type of epiphany, some type of spiritual healing in regards to taking a trip somewhere. Okay, so for example, you could be traveling somewhere and decide to start a vlog, right, of showing people where you're going or vacationing to. And this could be something that puts you viral, because the fifth house is celebrity, popularity, and recognition status. It could be that a skill and learning ability is being either taught to you in regards to some type of hobby that you want to do, or this could be an expansion of your mind that makes you dive deep into the spiritual realm of how to have fun again or how to love again, right? This could connect you with some type of teacher, preacher, or guru, or this could be you becoming that teacher, preacher, or guru, or professor, right? Because the ninth house is college, and it could deal with you teaching others how to do college, right? So this could also be in-laws, grandchildren, and grandparents coming out of Jupiter being in Leo, that you become a grandparent or in-law. There could be some type of situation that comes out of this to where you have to gain courage or have the capability of being a leader in regards to either something that happens in your children's life, your in-laws, grandparents, okay, that you're the one that has to take the lead, or you're the one that opens up the door for them to have more fun and enjoyment, or you're presenting to them in some way, shape, or form your talent and genius and being seen and noticed for this, okay? This could also be a situation with Pisces. Pisces being activated by Jupiter. In traditional astrology, Pisces is ruled by Jupiter, okay? So we're going to take a look at Pisces. That 12th house is activated, right? And the 12th house, it deals with loss, grief. It also deals with some type of release of what doesn't any longer serve you. Okay, transformation and endings is Pisces. It can also be represented by the occult or spiritual work, such as spirituality, Reiki, mediumship, past life regression. Anything that deals with the occult and spirituality is here in the 12th. 12th is also dream work. Astral travel can be a thing with the 12th house activated. It can also include situations of those being in prisons, hospitals, or insane asylums, okay? Pisces represents sabotaging habits that you may have, and this could be a time to where Jupiter is representing an opportunity to you to change a narrative or belief system that is surrounding some type of habit that you may have that was introduced from a trauma or introduced from some type of situation of love. It could be that that's being released. The hidden is the 12th house, right? Letting go and going with faith is the 12th house. 12th house being activated with 9th and 5th, it could look like you are letting go of a grief situation and opening up your heart chakra to new experiences or a new belief system or narrative that's taking over, okay? This could also look like there is in-laws, grandparents, or grandchildren that you have to change a perspective with, all right? Or there is some type of perspective or narrative that has been in your head about them that will change and open up a type of joy, hope, and optimism for you, right? They could have an impact in regards to your belief system in some way, shape, or form, whether that's you doing it on your own or it's the influence of those people that open up that heart chakra. A lot of people don't talk about Leo in a certain way of them understanding themselves within love. Leos, they want to be represented in society or within their little circle, if you would, as the person that people go to, such as a king or queen, right? You have to remember that Leo represents kings, queens, the patriarch, monarch, sitting on a throne of where they are, and people going to them with their problems, or people going to them with needs of love or needs of being seen. And Leos want that internally too, right? And this could be a time to where you're urged or pushed to have courage to be seen amongst society, amongst whomever your circle is. This could be also a situation of the Leo flavor being activated with unconditional love. That there is a let go and go with faith with the 12th house activated with certain people in your life, and to let them be or let them do what's needed so that you can have your life fulfilled with whatever you have joy, hope, and optimism with, okay? This is, with the 12th house activated, an end of some type of narrative or belief system that has been going on for too long. And it's been keeping you from having fun or enjoyment. It doesn't have to be situated around those people, but it can be situated around yourself of you're not allowing yourself to be loved by yourself, okay? And that's where you may find the spirituality aspect of this, or the teacher, preacher, or guru that helps you discover what you need to be doing or how you should feel in a certain situation, okay? There is a new philosophy being created for you, for that path that is needed. I say this because remember that Pisces in traditional astrology is ruled by Jupiter. Well, in modern astrology, it is ruled by Neptune and Aries, okay? Neptune being in Aries is the spiritual awakener. That happens. It happens slowly within your first house. The first house is your identity, the way that other people see you. This is your aesthetic, what you're doing, what you're wearing, how you have your hair cut, your physical body. This is also how you govern yourself and lead yourself throughout the world. And that confidence is trying to be bestowed upon you, of doing what is necessary for you, not necessarily for other people. Okay? With Neptune here, Neptune can also give you illusions and disillusions of how others see you. And it opens up and broadens your perspective of how you want to be seen by other people. This could also be a trajectory of your path. Neptune can point you into the direction of the purpose that is necessary for you as it transits. And during this time with Neptune here, I think Neptune's going to be there for 14 years, right? You are required to have courage. You are required to be in perseverance through situations. You are required to find God within yourself, okay? Not just outside of you, but within yourself. Understand that you are part of God's source universe, and that we're all made of stardust, right? And to include that with whatever spiritual endeavor you have, whether that is religion, some type of philosophy, some type of belief system that you have, understanding that there is something higher than you that will take over and help you through, okay? With Neptune in Aries, it will show you the courage that you're capable of. And it will show you that perseverance that you're capable of. It will bring out that warrior-like figure within yourself to show other people that you are taken seriously, that you have motivation, and that you have the desire to do what's needed. Okay, so if you haven't watched Neptune in Aries, I have a video in my playlist if you want to check that out. It goes more in depth with Neptune, right? But during this Jupiter happening, it will activate that Neptune. And it will also activate anything that is transiting within Sagittarius and Pisces. Okay, so I know that we have the moons happening, Sagittarius, that will open up you emotionally, because that's what moons do. They give an emotional impact to change some type of philosophy when it's in Sagittarius, or some type of belief system, and freedom, liberation and freedom. There is also releasing that happens when those moons are activated, of releasing an old belief or releasing something that's holding you back in regards to situations of freedom, right? Whatever doesn't any longer serve you anymore is going to leave. And there's going to be a new you that will be birthed. Not only do we have Neptune in that first house, but we also have Saturn. And Saturn will teach you how to become a leadership or a leader, if you would, within yourself. It will show you that you have the confidence and the capability of getting through whatever is necessary for you, whether that's dealing with people, situations, or love, anything with Leo at the moment, of course, but for the next year or 13 months, Leo will be activated with Jupiter of expansion. So it will expand those situations, good or bad, because astrology doesn't recognize good or bad. It just activates. So whatever is within you of something that deals with love, unconditional love for yourself and for others, also love situations coming up, maybe even infidelity. Yes, it is a possibility, but that's activated with everyone because Leo is activated, okay? But Jupiter is almost like a guardian angel that comes in and fixes situations that weren't working for you. That's why they call it the planet of abundance and blessings and opportunities, okay? That it changes your mindset in regards to whatever belief system that you held toward that house. The house is the 5th house for you of love, enjoyment, children, having pets, or your pets in general, of how much they mean to you. Or this could be your God-given talent of you are recognized and significant within your world, right? So please emphasize on watching your video for your sun sign. If you haven't already, your sun, the sun is ruled by Leo in astrology. It is your essence. It is your survival mode. It is also your ego, right? In such a way of not just survival, but what you really want out of life, the desire that you have, okay? It is a part of the enjoyment, or the, I guess you would compare it to the tarot card, the sun, right? When you hear tarot readers talk about the sun card being enjoyment and happiness and overall abundance, okay, that's the way that you can see your sun within astrology. Okay, so listen to your sun sign, see how it's affecting you. Thank you, Aries, for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Taurus. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Taurus, sun, moon, or rising. We're going to take a look at this Jupiter in Leo that's happening in your 4th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. All right, so the 4th house, it deals with property, homes, family, your motherhood, the nurturing parent within your family can be here in the 4th. The 4th house is also your sense of belonging, your emotional body. This can be patterns of the past. It can be ancestral patterns. Your ancestral lineage, right, can be here in the 4th. The 4th house being activated with Leo, it deals with love and enjoyment. It deals with optimism, your God-given talent. Leo can also deal with children, pets. Leo is also considered media, celebrity popularity and recognition status. Okay. Leo can also represent your expression, or the way that you express yourself. Okay, so with this activation with Jupiter, Jupiter is bringing in blessings, abundance, is bringing in luck. It's also changing your perspective and narrative in regards to family, in regards to moms, in regards to the nurturing parent, in regards to you being a mother, right? It could be that unconditional love is being birthed within the 4th. With Leos in general, Leos have to learn how to be their own father, okay? And they have to understand that love is complicated, not necessarily one way. With Leos, they understand too that they are the ones that take the lead within love. Well, in your case, Taurus, you take the lead within your family. You have the capability of leadership and courage that can come out of you to push out enjoyment, to push out love, to push out whatever you want within your home life. Jupiter is going to show you this. It's going to change your perspective for you to understand that you're the one that takes leadership over your household. You're the one that takes leadership over your ancestral lineage. That you are the one that is capable of changing the ancestral lineage or ancestral line. This could be a hidden talent that you may have not seen before, and it's expressed by Jupiter of expansion to change a perspective, okay? The fourth house is your emotional belonging, your emotional body, and this could be a time to where you're working on nurturing yourself. You have opportunities coming out of nowhere to nurture yourself. These opportunities could come from family. It could come from situations of you taking time off. It could come from situations of you taking a long distance travel that helps you understand where you are spiritually, that helps you understand where you are with your sense of belonging. Jupiter being activated can bring in opportunities for you to have enjoyment with family, to have enjoyment with being a mother, can show you a new perspective on mothering or nurturing. When it comes to Leo, it deals with kings and queens and being seen, right? This is your popularity, celebrity recognition. This is how people recognize you, okay? The person that has the capability of changing their emotional body, the person that has the capability of nurturing others within a spiritual aspect. You are the person that has the capability of building your own family, of building your own sense of belonging, building your own home, okay? You have that capability. You're the one that's taking leadership and using their courage and pushing forward with taking the reins of this house. I'm emphasizing this because there are many Tauruses that don't understand their power, okay? And Leos, they hold a type of power within, of courage, perseverance, and leadership that comes out of them when necessary, because that's what kings and queens do. When it's necessary for them to take action, they take action. And this is required by Jupiter for you to take action with that perspective of you got this, of you're capable, of taking over what is necessary to get through. Jupiter brings in abundance and luck and opportunities. This could be a time to where you get opportunities to get a home, or a home is presented to you. This is an opportunity of being involved with family, or the capability of finding luck within family, your family, seeing things in a different manner of how you may have not seen them before. You may have thought that family was a certain way, and then all of a sudden this Jupiter comes into this house and shows you how abundant you are. To do this, you have to remember how universal law works, of to show you how abundant you are is going to show you how not abundant someone else is, right? This could be coming out of society. This could be coming out of media, that you see things happening and you realize there's a realization and a wake up and awakening that happens with you of how loving your family is toward you. or how loving your mother is toward you, right? Or how loving you are as a mother and you didn't realize. And it could be that is emphasized through Leo entities, such as love coming to you in regards to your children. It could be that your children's love is what's healing that emotional body, or having that feeling of sense of belonging. It could also come out with a literal Leo to show you how much love they have for you, okay? This could be a time to where home is emphasized here with Leo, and that you're expressing yourself more so within your home or within your home life. This could mean that maybe something, happened within your world where you're at home more, or you're getting more involved with your talents and genius at home. This could also be that you're working with homes, okay? That Jupiter is giving you opportunities of seeing your God-given talent that deals with either interior design, or it deals with something in regards to homes in general, maybe renovation, maybe selling homes, right, or properties, something that deals with homes. Feng Shui could be a thing because Jupiter has entities with the spiritual, and it could be that you're getting more involved with Feng Shui. Your emotional body being activated with this fourth house, you're starving for fun. And Jupiter is coming in to show you more fun and more enjoyment, more life coming into your home space, or more life coming into your emotional body. This could be also a time to where those emotions are expanding, and they're expanding for a reason. And this could happen with overly enjoying life, right? Overindulgence. It could be that Jupiter is pointing you into a new perception of your indulgence, and it has an effect on your emotional body. That is a possibility. I want to look at situations with Jupiter. Jupiter is the ruler over Sagittarius and Pisces. So we're going to take a look at Sagittarius first, okay? Sagittarius is in the 8th house. In the 8th house, it deals with death and rebirth. It deals with shared resources. This could also include debts, taxes, government, and grants. This could be divorces or soulmates merging together. Astrology doesn't know good or bad. It just activates the house, okay? So 8th house is also crisis and legal matters, banking and mortgages, such as loans, any type of loan. This could also be hidden knowledge, taboo topics, esoteric knowledge, deep intimacy, deep bonding sex. The Kundalini is activated here. Kundalini awakening. Inheritance. This could also be truths, hidden truths that come out. Transformation. Your psychological being is here. Investments, long-term finances, because it deals with finances, right? Chunky money. Shared resources, the shared finances that you have with a partner, or the shared finances that you have with another, right, is here. 8th house. When it's in Sagittarius, Sagittarius is of long distance. It could be debts that deal with college. It could be grants that deal with college. It could be teachers, preachers, or gurus that have a significant impact on your psychological well-being, right? This could be Sagittarius being situated with religion, belief systems, your perspective, your philosophy, okay, having an impact on that transformation. With this activation, with the 8th house and the 4th, with Jupiter here in the 4th, it could look like a mother is coming in and stepping up to help you with a loan. This could be that Jupiter gives you the opportunity to pay off a loan, right? That deals with a mortgage, that deals with something of family, inheritance of family is coming to you, right? With this activation, it could be of a long distance. It could be that opportunity or blessing that just shows up. Opportunities and blessings is Sagittarius, and so is Jupiter. And it could be that opportunity that you get approved for a loan. There's some type of significance with finances that's coming in with Jupiter activated for your home life, for your family. They could have been going through things and they find a way to obtain shared resources. On a psychological stance, though, with your emotional body activated, this does look like you getting some type of guidance from a teacher, preacher, or guru, or a perspective changing that activates a transformation for you, like an ascension, if you would, of the phoenix rising from the ashes. This could be a long time coming, right? Of you finally being free from guilt and shame that has happened with family, okay? I say that because in my third eye right now, I see, I do frequency work. And because Jupiter is activated and it activates Pisces and Sagittarius, 396 is coming to my third eye right now as I'm speaking to you. And if I see something within my foresight, I'm going to tell you, that there is some type of shame and guilt that surrounds family, mothers, whether it's them or you, because you're in charge of that ancestral lineage with Jupiter being expansion of showing you the foresight of what really is happening. And there is a death and rebirth coming through, of you releasing that, of you healing that on a psychological level, of you understanding and noticing the bodily essence that it has bestowed upon you thus far, whether that is overindulgence of something or whether that is just broken heart feelings of Leo, right? Because Leo, they go through situations of, broken heart and having to find and muster up the courage for unconditional love and understanding humans will be humans. And in this case, it's your family. In this case, it is your mother. In this case, it could just be you being a mother. Forgiveness of yourself is going to happen with this 8th house activation of a death and rebirth of your emotional essence and body. I do want to say too, on a physical standpoint of abundance and luck coming through, that this could be a situation to where you find ways to use the government to your advantage, or you find ways to help your family in a financial crisis. Okay? And it could seem that you are on that pedestal or on that platform of being noticed for this. Okay? And it could also mean that there is an inheritance from family. Okay? I want to look at Pisces. Pisces is also activated with Jupiter. Pisces is in the 11th house. Pisces being activated in the 11th is your association with those that are spiritual, with an actual Pisces, right? This could also be a situation where Pisces, it represents unconditional love and letting go and going with faith in situations. It also represents places such as hospitals, prisons, insane asylums, those that are in incarceration. It also represents those that are unloved, right? Pisces activation within the 11th, we're talking about groups, clubs, and affiliations that are associated with the spiritual, associations with mediumship or past lives, regression. Pisces can be loss and grief. So those that have groups, clubs, or affiliations with loss and grief, connections with that 4th house of losing a family member, or, a grievance group, or this could be a situation, a funeral, right? This could be a funeral situation to where Jupiter comes in this place of wherever that group is that deals with loss, grief, that deals with spirituality, that deals with maybe even religion, okay? Because this is a place we're talking about, or an event of more than 3 people. Okay, that's activated. This is where that rebirth is happening. And it could be that you're affiliated with other people that have been through the same thing. Or you're creating a group, club, or affiliation with those that have been through the same thing. Whether that is through healing, or whether that is the actual event happening. Okay, now this is a 13-month long transit of Jupiter here. So Pisces is activated in everyone's chart with this Jupiter. Loss is activated. Okay, so if there's situations of you losing someone, right? It is just an activation. It's activated with everyone. And so is Pluto with death and rebirth. Okay, so I don't want to freak you out, Taurus. But this is maybe some type of counseling, or maybe some type of therapeutic spiritual situation of you understanding yourself on an emotional level, or understanding yourself on a psychological level, dealing with the spiritual of healing that ancestral line. Okay? This could also be changes of that overindulgence that is happening with you associating yourself with other people that have that problem. That there is a let go of that, a release. A letting go and going with faith, if you would, a transformation or ending of the society that you're used to. Maybe you go to bars all the time, or maybe you hang out with people that smoke pot all the time, or maybe you're associated with people in a religious aspect, right? And that's changing because you're awakening. There is a possibility of abundance coming out of this situation that changes who you're hanging out with, of course. 11th house, let me go over it so you know what it is. It is groups, clubs, and affiliations, like I said, but it's also your goals, your dreams, your wishes. And this could be a time to where the activation of Jupiter is changing things for you, of you receiving things that you've always wanted. And I say this because that transformation of the 8th house is there. And also you have transformation activated with Pisces. And you have abundance in a joyful place, the 4th house. Abundance either within yourself, within your family. This could be situations of, you know, a lot of parties are happening that your family is giving, and with this activation, right? And you're involved in them. And that's where transformation is happening. Either you're deciding to be a part of it more, or you're deciding to let go of it. But somewhere in between, you're going to see how abundant you are with the family either you're creating or the family that is surrounding you. Okay? There is this awakening to, I am abundant, inside and out. And it will feel like a fulfillment with Leo activated with Jupiter. Okay? This could also mean that 11th house being activated, it deals with those hopes, dreams, wishes. It deals with those networks, clubs, groups, and affiliations. It also deals with the community you're in and the community you want to reside in. Okay? So if you're not where you think you should be, Jupiter being in that 4th house will place you there, because there are opportunities of home and property. 11th house is also your older siblings and friends of long distance. Okay? And there could be a reconnection. There could be a reconnection of, in a spiritual sense, that you're awakening to their love, or you're awakening to a sense of belonging with them. This could also be the other way around, because Pisces can be transformation or endings. And there will be a change of your perspective in regards to them. Okay? 11th house is also technology, the internet. It is ruled by Uranus, so changes, right? Changes of the connections that you have on a social level is happening. And you're going to find your soul tribe. You're going to find that sense of belonging. I do want you to check out, if you haven't already, Pluto in Aquarius and Pluto retrograde in Aquarius, because it's retrograde right now until October. But regardless, it's going to be in Aquarius for a very long time. And there's an underlining trying to come out of you, understanding that you will be where you belong, right? So that's in my playlist if you haven't seen it yet. But with Pluto can be transformation and rebirth, just like your 8th house. Okay, so there is an activation there of changes happening for you. Changes of your narrative and belief system. Changes of, you know, your guidance, preachers, teachers, and gurus. Changes of you maybe becoming one. changes of you guiding others through their self-sabotage. That is a possibility, that you are seen as the nurturing one, the one that nurtures society, because there's a connection with that 4th and 11th, right? But with Jupiter being activated in the 4th, you will have some type of abundance, luck, change of narrative that's happening with who you are, where you came from, past situations. Also, whether or not you want to be a parent, okay? And whether or not you're doing it well, you know? And that perspective will change, and you will see a beautiful love coming out of this for you with Leo activation. Leo deals with children, it deals with love, it deals with courage, mustering up the courage to do what is necessary within that 4th house of healing that ancestral line. Okay? Thank you, Taurus, for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you next time. Hi, Gemini. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Gemini, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Jupiter that's happening in Leo. I'm sure you can hear my birds in the background. They're very excited. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this Jupiter in Leo is happening in your 3rd house. Gemini, before this video, I had to light some dragon's blood. I don't know if you're going through situations of needing protection or feeling like you need protection. It could just be negative thinking that's happening. But it took a while to get the dragon's blood started. So just to let you know, maybe dragon's blood is something that will help you during this Jupiter in Leo. The 3rd house is ruled by Gemini in astrology. The 3rd house is communication, your productivity, the environment you grew up in, siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors. This is ideas and documents, short distance travel, moving or movement, media and writing, skills and learning abilities. The 3rd house is where salesmen, the tradesmen, sales in general, advertising is here. Teachers, speakers, public speakers. This is your short-term perception, not necessarily long-term, such as the bigger picture of a perception or a philosophy, right? This is more or less as, well, this is how I think about that, right? Instead of a long-term philosophy that you have. Short-term perception being the 3rd house with Leo, it could give you some different type of perception in regards to this Jupiter because of an abundance coming through. This abundance could come in by communication. It could come in regards to you being popular. Leo has a way of putting itself on stage, okay, with celebrity popularity and recognition status. It also brings in love. Leo also represents the 5th house, so you have to use that in regards to your definition of Leo, of it being love and children, joy, hope, and optimism, friendships, your expression, okay, dating, pleasure, creativity, your God-given talent. And we all know that Geminis have the gift of gab, right? That communication that comes from your belly to your heart chakra and then out, okay? So this could be a time to where you're seen on media and you get popular. This could also be a time to where you decide to be a teacher of some type in regards to what you have learned thus far. This could also be a situation with Jupiter bringing in that expansion of learning something new, something different that changes the way that you speak. This could be affirmations that you're using. This could also be some type of teacher telling you how to communicate correctly, right? With Jupiter, you have to remember that Jupiter is a ruling planet over Sagittarius and Pisces. So whenever you speak to the soul. Whenever you speak that belief in your philosophy to other people's souls, right? So this could also be a situation of you understanding a different type of philosophy that is included with spirituality, because philosophy is Sagittarius and Pisces is spirituality, the higher realms. This could be you diving deep into figuring out how to use astral travel, or figuring out how to become a better communicator in regards to mediumship. I do have videos in regards to mediums. If you want to use those as examples, they are on my playlist, okay? Now, I do want to look at Sagittarius and where it is in your chart. Sagittarius is in the 7th house. The 7th house, it deals with your partnerships and relationships in relating to other people, okay? This is you mixed with the 3rd house of expressing yourself in communication to relate to others. This is also communication that could be expressed toward a partner that brings in some type of abundance to you, that makes you feel like things are getting better, or it's not as heavy as it has been, right? This could also be communication from a partner in regards to a proposal of love, okay? Now, with the 7th house, we have partnerships in business also. So there is abundance coming through in a business stance from communicating with maybe even a literal Sagittarius or Pisces, or it could just be abundance communicated to you in regards to a long distance travel, enjoying a trip together, right? Something that's much needed for that soul time, much needed for Jupiter expression, which is for you to feel better about yourself with that Leo activation, being happier, having fun and enjoyment, maybe even diving into something new, okay? With the 7th house is contracts, open enemies, therapists, and clients. Not just partnerships and relationships, right? So when it comes to therapy, this could be a time to where you find the therapy that actually helps you, okay? Not just the person that wants to keep you unhealed, but the therapy that actually helps you. This could also be a situation of your partner doing this, right? They could be the ones that is finding therapy in regards to their communication to you, communicating more love to you, expressing more love. Some people have situations of past traumas, right, that are situated deep into their subconscious, and they have problems relating to others. And with this activation, it could mean that there is an opening up of expression, okay, of love, of joy, of hope, and optimism. With clients being activated, this is a lot of clientele coming toward you, maybe from advertising, maybe from some type of communication that you put out there, maybe something online, Third house, remember, is also vehicles, gadgets, laptops, anything that deals with your hands. Ambidextrous could include tarot in this situation because Jupiter is involved, right? And this could be that you are gaining more clients through that situation, or this could be another situation of your partner gaining clients, right? Or that friend gaining more clients. Friendships relating to other people and partnerships are the 7th also. Open enemies. I'm going to explain open enemies to you, okay? Open enemies is that friend that will tell you, what's up. They don't sugarcoat anything. That's an open enemy. Whether they're a friend, close person to you or not, you can always expect the truth from them, right? And this could be that you see a person, could be a Leo, it could be a Sagittarius, right? Or it could be a Pisces. You see this person as an open enemy, and that person is willing to communicate to you in regards to that situation that you may be going through. With this activation, it will bring in some type of abundance, assurance, an expression of them that expands your philosophy or your mindset, maybe even that perspective that you have, right? Okay, so let's look at Pisces. Pisces is situated in your 10th house. The 10th house, it deals with work. It deals with your professional life, not just work, okay? Now, the day-to-day work that you do to get money, to get the bag, to do the things, to pay the bills, whatever, is in the 6th. This 10th house is where you have ambitions and aspirations. This is where you want to get to. This is your professional life of career. If you are a person that has a standard career, I'm a nurse, or I'm a lawyer, or I'm this, right? This is where your title is held. With the 10th house being not just your professional life, work, and career, it's your reputation. It is also your legacy. It is the role that you play in life, the status that you hold, and the power that you hold within yourself, okay? And Gemini, you have to realize, if you are one of intuitive, right, that you are very psychic, that you have that ability to reach and connect with spirit like no one else, okay? I just want to reassure you of this if there's been questions, because we have a lot of Neptunian energy happening in Aries, and it can give you doubts about yourself, Aries being the 1st house and Neptune being illusions and disillusions. So it could give you doubts in regards to what power you hold. I am here to remind you that you are one of spirit. Like everyone else, yes, we are connected with spirit, but you have an intuitive gift. You have the ability to have the foresight more so than others and see it clearly, okay? Maybe even through dreams, astral travel, maybe even through your power of communicating. Okay, depending on where your Mercury is in your chart and Neptune is placed in your chart, it is a reminder of your psychic and intuitive ability. Pisces, it deals with psychic and intuitive abilities, mediumship, past lives. It deals with karma. It also deals with self-sabotaging habits and prisons, hospitals, insane asylums, anything of incarceration. 12th house is connected with Pisces. So you use that definition of loss, grief, healing, and restoration of any past conditioning that you've been through. Letting go and going with faith, endings and transformation. Again, this is where things are hidden. This is where truths come out, right? And there could be a situation to where there is a truth that comes out that maybe was hidden. I want to remind you that there is an expansion of your mindset when it comes to Jupiter in the 3rd. So if this truth comes out, it's going to have your clock rolling or your thinking hat on to where you're going to figure out exactly what you want. This is the 10th house. This is where your power is and your status. You have the ability to choose that for yourself, okay? Truths can come out in regards to relationships, business associations. This could look like an abundant situation of you using your God-given talent in such a way that maybe had never been seen before. This could also be a loss of an old you. There is past conditioning that is being healed. It could have been self-sabotaging habits that you held in regards to maybe you were divorced, or maybe you were a person that couldn't stay in a certain status for very long, right? And this could be a time to where Jupiter is opening up that spiritual sense of you to understand how it is to love, to understand how it is to communicate to yourself, to reassure yourself that you're in the right situation, okay? I do want to say, too, that the 10th house, it deals with your legacy. And there could be legacy communicated in regards to maybe a partner, maybe a business association. Maybe this is an epiphany that comes through, that you see the truth about what you want to leave behind. Okay, that is your legacy. You could also have some type of aspiration in regards to maybe being a person of the spiritual, or maybe being a person of the occult, or maybe being a person that helps others that are unloved heal. This is an aspiration that's held in that 10th house, okay, with Pisces, of helping others heal, such as you did. And you could be communicating this over the internet. You could be writing a book. You could also be teaching this, right? I want to say too that Sagittarius is teachers, preachers, and gurus. Sagittarius is represented by the 9th house, so we're using that definition of blessings, opportunities that come through other people, okay? That is communicated to you of abundance. This could be a trip, right? A long distance trip. This could also be in-laws, grandchildren, and grandparents being represented by Sagittarius, of communication in regards to maybe your partner is becoming a grandparent. Or this could be that communication from their grandchildren to you has an effect. Does that make any sense? Or this could be that you yourself are becoming a grandparent, right? And there's communication going on, and you're having to relate to other people in such a way with your wisdom in regards to maybe having children. This could also be a situation of you teaching others how to take care and nurture children, right? This could also be a situation of in-laws coming into your life, such as you getting married, right? Or in-laws have an impact with their communication. Yes, loss is Pisces. I want to remind you, though, that there is activation of death and rebirth with Pluto for everyone, not just you. Pisces is activated with loss for everyone, not just you, when it comes to Jupiter. So keep that in mind, things happen. Things have a way of changing the way that we think about life, right? That is our growth. That is our pretty much blessing of what happens of being human, of us growing from the polarities of life, right? Okay, so I also want to say too that your activation in regards to that 10th house has a lot to do with your power on communication with others, okay? Your words matter, Gemini. I'm going to say it again. Your words matter. And the more that you're able to sift through situations of your mind versus what comes out of your mouth, the better that you'll be, okay? Because not everyone is like you, Gemini. Not everyone is Mercury ruled, and not everyone has, a conference table within their headspace of situating and sifting through situations. They don't have that. They don't do the analytical thinking. They don't do the over analyzing intelligence that you have acquired so far with your experience. They don't do that. So you have to project yourself in a certain manner. You have to think about what you say before you say it. And sometimes with this fire energy, it just happens to go the way that it shouldn't. Because fire energy has a way of disrupting things. And you can use that as an example of, forest fires that happen, right? They disrupt things, but they also grow things, right? So that disruption, it clears out what was old, and then the new, it births. So you could use it that way, but remember that your words matter to other people, and to say things mostly without using the emotions that you have acquired from that experience, okay? So that it comes across in a more Sagittarian way of, because we're relating to people with Sagittarius in that 7th. And as Sagittarius, they are very courageous and very, how can I say this? Abrupt with what they have to say, because it seems, I'm going to quote that in air quotes, it seems like they know what they're talking about. And it's time for you to seem like you know what you're talking about. Okay, so having that confidence behind you helps you. Let's look at Aries, because Aries has a lot of play in this situation in regards to you and your identity, because your status is attached to that identity, right? With relationships, relating to other people, confidence, warrior-like energy. So let's look at Aries for a second. If you have not looked at that video, Aries, with Saturn and Neptune being in it, please do. It's in my playlist. Your Aries house is the 11th house, which is ruled by Aquarius in astrology. Aquarius has a lot to do with detaching. It also has a lot to do with innovative ideas, quick ideas when Aries is involved, right? Quick, abrupt ideas, fiery, passionate ideas that are presented to 11th house entities, groups, clubs, and affiliations, okay? That you and yourself can deal with situations of the masses in a way that no one else can, okay? I'm trying to show you a little bit of a Gemini's talent here, that you have an influence on the masses with who you are. Whatever you decide to do in life, who you are influences the masses. Okay? 11th house is groups, clubs, and affiliations. It is also hopes, dreams, and wishes. So this could be a time with your hopes, dreams, and wishes coming true in regards to, it could be Saturn situations, which is work, could be father energy, could be another Sagittarian energy is stability and structure within your world, right? That you're probably craving by now. To be honest, I mean, a Gemini's life is not something to blink an eye over. Their life usually has many up and downs for them to experience themselves on both sides of the light and dark of a situation. Okay? That is you and your chart, whether you're sun, moon, or rising, right? Now, the 11th house is also friendships of long distance, older siblings, technology, the internet, socializing in a big way. I mean, more than 3 people, okay? And we're going to associate this with this Jupiter because Neptune is there. And Pisces is ruled by Jupiter in traditional astrology. And it's also ruled by Neptune in modern astrology. So there is a connection with Jupiter here, okay? Of you making an impact in regards to your communication and your God-given talent, maybe even writing a book or doing something of communication, documentation. Something here is going to influence the masses, whether that's in your identity, you know, if you're getting married or something like that. Or this could be that you have some type of event for yourself. Say that you are a person that is hosting an event, you know, for your business or hosting an event for some situation. This is where you will be noticed. Neptune has a way of showing you your purpose and your trajectory, right? And it's within yourself because it's in Aries. And if there's a situation to where you are giving communication or expressing yourself in a way at an event, at a social event, in a group of some sort, groups, clubs, and affiliations in your community, there is going to be an epiphany or an awakening in regards to what you're really good at. Or you're going to see yourself in a different perspective. Now, this could happen to other people, right? That you're seeing other people in a different light. And that changes your trajectory of your purpose, of what you've been wanting to do. Okay? Abundance and luck is Jupiter. And the connections with the 11th house, this could be something of an award that is presented to you. This could be a badge of some sort that you get online for being a part of a group. Something affiliated with maybe abundance that you've been waiting for, that comes out of something that you're intertwined online with. This could also be a change of identity that happens that you've been waiting for. And like I said earlier, it could be a proposal, but it could also be a situation that deals with a business association that is connected with your legacy. Okay? Because you have to remember that they're all connected here. Right? This could also be a situation of your physical body changing, that maybe that's something that you had a goal in regards to weight loss, in regards to getting your sugar right, your numbers of your sugar correct, or getting something that you had been self-sabotaging thus far correct. Jupiter can do that for you. It can aim you to the right teachers, preachers, and gurus, Sagittarius being involved, right? To help you through a situation that you have been through thus far, and you're ready to change. Saturn wants to teach you lessons also upon who you're connected with. And it could be that there are situations of connection that need to go. That's where the transformation with Pisces and endings come in, of who you were once before you're no longer. Geminis are going to change who they are. I mean, it's inevitable with Uranus being in Gemini, right? Changes, abrupt changes, chaotic changes. If you haven't watched that video, please do, of Uranus being in Gemini. It's in my playlist. But changes are happening to you and for you, right? Thank you for being here, Gemini. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Cancer. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype the video. We're going to look at this Jupiter that's happening in Leo in your second house. Okay? The second house deals with your individual income and spending. It also deals with your value, what you value, how you are valued in the world. Your self-worth and confidence comes out of the second house. With Leo involved, we're talking about your love life. We're also talking about friendships, children, joy, hope, and optimism, your God-given talent. Leo is very passionate. Leo is very romantic. Leo is also known for infidelity, okay? It's also known as a sign that is put on a pedestal as a king or queen and seen by the masses in a certain stance. Leo is courageous and proud. It has the ability to help others understand their sovereignty. Okay? So with this mixed with the second house, it could look like your self-worth and confidence being activated. With Jupiter, there could be a few things that happen. It could expand a situation to where it's necessary for you to understand your sovereignty in situations, right? It could also be abundance and luck that comes to you that is unexpected, but it feels like a blessing in regards to either money, people seeing your value, right? Something that you have valued comes to you, and that changes everything for you. Your belief is connected with Jupiter. Jupiter is the ruler over Sagittarius and Pisces, okay? It has the ability to alter that narrative that's inside of you that you've been telling yourself thus far, whether it is about yourself not being worthy, or whether it is about yourself not being worthy to accept love, friendships, maybe even having children, something in regards to Leo that maybe you'll never be seen, right? Jupiter can come in and change these things. It can give you the ability to be seen and popular. It can also bring in some type of luck that comes to you. Maybe you thought that you were unlucky, right? Something to show you that you matter, that you're cared for. A lover could do this. A friend could do this. Your God-given talent could be noticed by others. Money, because it is a money house, could be coming to you from those people, or money could just be coming to you and you're happy and joyful once again. With Leo activated, with that pride and with that proud sense of courageousness and that I am worthy sense, you will come out of this as a different type of Cancer. Okay? Now, this has happened 12 years ago. I don't know if you remember Jupiter being in Leo, but there was a time to where you were blessed with something 12 years ago. And it's happening again. Leo, with Jupiter being activated, can also bring in some type of self-assurance that you are capable of doing whatever you need to do. It has that courageous feeling within it. We're going to look at Sagittarius in your chart first. Jupiter rules over Sagittarius and Pisces. I'm going to start with Sagittarius. The 6th house is activated. The 6th house is your daily routines, daily work and employment. This is your everyday work. This is what you do for a living. Not necessarily your career, but what you do for a living to get up to what you want to do. Okay? This is also your health is activated in the 6th. Pets are activated in the 6th house. The 6th house is your service to others or servicing others, organizing, detail orientation, your self-mastery. Co-workers are here. Okay? 6th house being in Sagittarius. Sagittarius, it has the flavor of a professional, right? It has the flavor of teachers, preachers, and gurus. Also, opportunities can come out of Sagittarius. Blessings can come out of Sagittarius because it's ruled by Jupiter in modern astrology. It's also a situation where long distance travel is associated with Sagittarius. Other cultures, religious beliefs, belief systems, skills and learning abilities, the bigger picture, your philosophy, the narrative that you've been telling yourself thus far, right? Sagittarius could deal with in-laws, grandchildren, and grandparents. Higher education, such as college, media, legal cases, politics. Freedom is Sagittarius. Publishing is Sagittarius. Sagittarius being activated with the 6th. The 6th house and the flavor of this Jupiter could bring in an expansion of a learning association, of you deciding to learn something new, dive into philosophy, dive into some different type of belief system, understand yourself on a sovereign level. Okay, so Stoicism is something that is connected with this situation of you understanding your place in the world with Stoicism, of understanding your worthiness and confidence that you have within you, getting a grip on your everyday routine, of reminding yourself that you are capable and worthy. This could come out of a teacher, preacher, or guru. You yourself could decide to be a professional in this career, right? This could look like you becoming some type of publisher that could happen. It could be a health situation to where you're told by a professional in regards to what is happening to you. This is a blessing that comes out of nowhere. Second house can also deal with food or your face. If you've been having trouble with your food and face, diet, some type of acne, whatever, right? Jupiter being here gives you the ability to understand what's happening with your health involved with a professional Sagittarius 6th house. Okay. This is also a situation to where, co-workers are coming in and helping you or showing you your God-given talent. They could be making you more money. You could be a person that is deciding to work on their own during this time, and you're making money. This could be over media. This could be over understanding that you are the professional, right? Some people, they work for people so long, they don't see their talent. They're not complimented for the things that they do. They could be given some type of like pizza party or something like that, and it's just not enough, right, for you to understand your worthiness and your sovereignty. But this is a time to where Jupiter is expanding that mindset of, hey, you got this. You got the talent. You are valued. This could be that you get a promotion within work. That is a possibility. That they do see your talent and they give you a promotion. But keep in mind that you are valued and you are worthy. So is it that they're giving you the right money? Right? Because there could be questions. I say this because we have an association with Pisces here. Pisces has a way of showing the spiritual side of things, transformation and endings and loss and things that are hidden. Okay, so truth can come out in regards to the situation at hand that is keeping you bound or keeping you in bondage in regards to your money, in regards to your self-worth. And Jupiter being its association with also Sagittarius is changing a belief system, giving you that spiritual awakening, if you would, right? Of, hey, wake up. You're worthy. You have a talent. You are capable. Okay? So because of that, maybe something happens in regards to a work facilitation and you're realizing, you're always on call, or you're realizing you're the person that they always call, or you're realizing that a person that isn't in your stature of whatever you're doing is making more money than you. The hidden can appear, and therefore that self-worth is expanded. With Leo, it can cause a scene. It can cause drama. Leo is drama. Okay? I'm saying this so you understand that if those cases come out, Leo being activated for everybody with expansion, that's why. People seem dramatic. People seem like, what is the word I'm looking for? Like they're the ones that deserve it, not you. There's a word for it. I'm lost. I'm lost in my words right now. But this is where you understand your worthiness and what you're capable of. Okay? So, servicing others, there could be situations of you getting tips or you being told, you know, that you're the best one in the group, or you're the best one that, you know, in work that they call, because other people have come and fixed whatever and they're not capable like you are, right? And therefore you ask for more money. Okay? Jupiter has a way of you understanding who you are and where you are when it comes to the second house. The second house, it brings in a more depth situation of abundance. If you ask, they will give. Okay? Next 13 months. Don't be afraid to ask for something more. Don't be afraid to do the things that are necessary to get something more. Okay? Sixth house can also be your pets. And this could be a time to where, you know, a pet helps you understand unconditional love. That your connection with that pet, it shows you that you're worthy of love, right? You have to start somewhere, Cancer. If you're not one that has let relationships within your life come in, even though you want to be nurtured, some Cancers are afraid of being nurtured. Okay? There's a belief system that is considered behind that. Okay? And it deals with your mindset, because connections with the sixth house is Virgo. It rules the sixth house in astrology. And the third house is your mindset, and that is where Virgo is placed. So there is a communication to your mindset in regards to unworthiness of love, right? And this could be a time to where you are mastering yourself in that area. Or this could be a time to where you are deciding to have more fun. And regardless of others. It seems selfish. It's not selfish. It is something that is necessary for a Cancer to do to nurture themselves, because God has made you a Cancer to be your own mother. To nurture yourself, love yourself emotionally. Okay? Because you feel that way. You feel deep emotions. You are ruled by the moon. All right, so we're going to look at Pisces. I need another pen here. Pisces is in the 9th house, and it's activated with the 2nd. And the 9th house is the definition of Sagittarius, by the way, because it rules over the 9th house in astrology. So we're talking about long distance travel, other cultures, religious beliefs, the narrative that you hold inside your philosophy, your belief system in general, in regards to the bigger picture. This is what is set inside of you from birth, okay, that you continue to believe, right? 9th house is also teachers, preachers, gurus, skills and learning abilities, in-laws, grandchildren, grandparents are here. 9th house is higher education, college courses, media, legal cases, politics, freedom, publishing. When it's associated with Pisces, healing is Pisces, awakenings is Pisces, the hidden truths come out with Pisces. Pisces is also associated with self-sabotage, and you could say that it's the occult, spiritual. There are places associated with Pisces, such as prisons, hospitals, insane asylums, incarceration, right? Pisces is also the unloved. The ability to love unconditionally comes out of Pisces mixed with Leo. Okay, because you have to let go and go with faith in situations. Transformation and endings is Pisces. Pisces can give you the ability to transform that belief system with Jupiter activated of expansion of that self-worth and sovereignty. So there is an ending of some type of past conditioning that you've been through. Healing of past conditionings is Pisces. It deals with loss and grief, if that is associated with your belief system of you always lose something, or it never happens to you or for you, or it could be a grief situation associated with a person, right? Something there is messing with that mind. And this is a time to where that can be healed with Jupiter. It gives you an abundant feeling. It gives you the feeling of the universe has your back and blessings are coming to you. It makes me want to cry. It really does. Because you deserve it. You deserve every bit of it, Cancer. And it's coming to you. Finally. Okay? This could also be a situation where, you see your God-given talent in regards to the occult, that you're becoming a preacher, teacher, or guru, or that you're listening to one and they have an impact in regards to that sovereignty and having fun again, enjoying love again, loving yourself, right? When it comes to money, opportunities are presented to you through Pisces. Pisces is the higher realms, and it has a way of transforming things for you. Things happen, therefore your mindset changes, right? And that abundance and joyfulness and love is coming to you with that second house with Jupiter. Now, remember that other people could seem dramatic. There could be dramatic endings that happen, right? With this association. But it is necessary. It is necessary for you to enter into your sovereignty. I want to take a look at Aries for a second so that I can pinpoint the association here. Aries, it has Neptune in it right now, and it'll be there for the next 14 years in the background, playing out illusions and disillusions of situations of your identity. It also will pinpoint the trajectory for your true identity, okay, to be placed. It works out in a house so that you can fix that house, okay? So let's look at Aries. We're looking at your 10th house here of your status. Status can be the title you hold in life. And that could be a work title that you have. It could be a relationship title that you have. It could be being a parent. It could also be associated with your legacy and your aspirations or ambitions that you have. Remember that this is the career. So that would be the title that you are. Not necessarily where you work, the title that you are. Because you can be associated with, like, say you're a plumber, right? I work for, and then you fill in the blank. Well, you could also do that by yourself, right? And work for yourself and still be a plumber. You know what I mean? So there is a career here. Not necessarily just I work for and then fill in the blank, right? This is actually what you want to do with your life, with ambitions and associated with aspirations, what you want to do. And when it's in Aries, you are a person that wants to be independent within their power, knowing themselves in all aspects of life. This is a person that feels like they have to start over, but you're good at it. You're good at starting over. Okay. Now, there could be associations with that belief system in regards to starting over, that you don't want to, that you're tired. Sometimes things are necessary. With Saturn here, Saturn could teach you lessons in regards to that independence. And it could come out of work, that maybe you need to work for yourself, or maybe a boss has a power struggle with you, and it's because you have that boss energy, right? With Aries associated with the 10th house. I mean, it is there. That warrior-like energy of you going head-to-head with every boss that you come across. Right? Because the 10th house is ruled by Capricorn in astrology. And guess what? Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. So, Saturn being activated here. Right? Neptune being associated with Pisces is pointing to the trajectory of you gaining your independence within your power, understanding who you are and that you're capable. It is warrior-like energy when it comes to Aries. Aries is fiery, is a fire sign. Okay? They have the ability to do what is necessary at the time it is necessary. And this is your power. Right? You have the strength and the courage that you need to do what is necessary. I don't know what your situation is at this time, but with Neptune here, it is going to show you that strength. It is going to create situations in your life to where that strength is shown, for you to understand who you are, for you to understand your capability. Okay? With Saturn and Neptune, it is going to bring out truths of leadership. It is going to bring out truths of work. Fathers, right? Truths of fathers. It is going to give the leadership qualities needed for you to gain a new perspective or an awakening on the trajectory that you need to go on, which is associated with the 10th house. Go for that ambition. Go for that aspiration. Do it no matter what anyone else says, because that is Aries, right? Do it selfishly, okay? And Saturn gives lessons too of, you having to go through a light and dark of a situation to understand who you are, to understand your leadership in the situation, to associate your intelligence that you have within yourself and connect that intelligence with your heart chakra of I am capable. Right? That is Saturn. So with this 10th house associated with Neptune, you're on this trajectory of finding yourself, finding your power, finding your father within, finding the mother within, right? Parents are associated with 10th and 4th. And you could say that it is the parent that wears the pants in the family, the 10th house. Okay. But all in all, it looks pretty good. It does look like the second house with Jupiter is going to bring you more money. It's going to bring unexpected events that seem to be abundant and seem to be opening up you to a new view of yourself and your worthiness and your sovereignty, that you are capable of enjoying life again. Okay. It could also bring in energies of, babies can be born, right? With Leo activation. Love can be found. with Leo activation. Friends, the association that you have in regards to money, it can change with Leo activation, that you're using it to get what you want rather than, you know, holding and saving and doing what is necessary for, you know, the grind. Instead of that, it would be more of you changing your beliefs in regards to how your worthiness comes out of you spending something. So Virgos have this thing to where they are very thrifty. Virgos have problems with spending money on themselves, taking care of themselves, because they feel like they can take care of other people. And you could have this within inside of you, right? That you need to constantly make the bag to take care of other people. This is a time to where Jupiter is going to bless you with either more money, or it's going to help you understand your worthiness connected to money. Okay? Thank you, Cancer, for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Leo. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Leo's Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to talk about this Jupiter that's happening in your first house. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype. The first house is your image, your looks, your physical body, your identity, the way that other people see you, your physical appearance, your self-leadership and self-governing or self-autonomy. It can also be the first house, exploration of sexuality, okay? And when it's in Leo, Leo is bringing in fun, enjoyment, optimism back into your world of who you are. People are going to see you this way, right? This could look like with Jupiter here, an abundance, luckiness, some type of expansion that happens in the first house. Now, I do want to put a warning with Jupiter in the first house with Leo, that overindulgence can be a thing, okay? It can expand the need to have more fun, or the want to have more fun, or maybe even a little bit more selfishness, if you would, that people could see you as a person that is a little bit more selfish during this time. But at the same time, abundance could be coming to that identity to change how you are presented to other people. This could mean that we're going to associate the fifth house with this, because the ruler over, Jupiter rules over Sagittarius and Pisces. I'm going to start with Sagittarius because it's in the fifth house, and it's the definition of Leo. So, fifth house is your love life, your romance, fun and sex, and talents and genius, hobbies, joy, hope, and optimism. It can be children. It can be your dating life and friendships. This is your expression. How you express yourself is Sagittarius, right? Because it's the fifth house is in Sagittarius. Celebrity, popularity, and recognition status is located here in the fifth house. Pets are here. Your God-given talent, creativity is here, okay? So with this connection, people are seeing the talent that you have. They are seeing you in a fun manner. You could be going to parties. Parties is the fifth house. It is also like creating parties, like an event planner or one that does events for someone or venues. This could be a situation of competition and winnings out of competition that comes out of the fifth house, that you win something and your identity is lucky or has an abundance to it, such as you winning the lottery. Or this could be that you have a change of belief system in regards to how you're having fun, and therefore people see you differently, right? Especially if you were one that was of overindulgence. This could be a situation to where there is luck and abundance coming toward you from either a child, maybe you're having a child, maybe this situation of your children having children, maybe something is happening in their life in regards to this Jupiter being a Leo, and they're getting noticed and validated, right? This could also be a situation to where you're getting money of some sort for a change of identity that you're having, like a graduation. Because it's in Sagittarius, it could be a graduation of some type within college, an award for being a teacher, preacher, or guru, or an award from a teacher, preacher, or guru. This could look like some type of gift of long distance travel or vacation. Maybe you are taking a trip with a friend and it's being seen, or you're using that situation as your God-given talent, such as being a travel agent or being a person that is expressing themselves over vacation, such as doing a vlog, right? You could be doing this over the internet. Media is the 5th house. This could also be some type of professional. Your identity is changing into a professional. And you could be a professional in your God-given talent of what you do, right? And that Jupiter being abundant there is giving you more money, is showing you a different perspective in regards to the trajectory of your path, because first house is your identity, and it's a change of identity, and it's lovely, it's beautiful, because Jupiter brings in an awakening to what you actually want. And Leo being situated with Jupiter is love and enjoyment and fun, right? If you hadn't had the experience of having fun lately, it's going to come back into your life. Unconditional love is also a part of Jupiter in Leo. And there could be unconditional love that you're changing, or you are believing something different, because Sagittarius is associated with that 5th house, that allows you to push out that unconditional love for children, people that you love in your life, could be friends, right? This could also be with Sagittarius skills and learning abilities that are associated here with maybe a God-given talent, maybe with relationships in general, that you're learning more in regards to how to love, being in love, or relationships of other people, or you have this talent or ability to work with people in relationship, okay? That could be a thing. That you could be a teacher, preacher, or guru, which is Sagittarius, in regards to relationships for others, okay? I'm trying to see if there's anything else I can tell you here. Celebrity popularity and recognition status is activated. And there could be some type of recognition coming to you, whether that is for your God-given talent, for maybe from a lover, right? Or this could be just something that comes to you that was unexpected, because opportunities and blessings come to that fifth house for you with Sagittarius there. And then you have the Jupiter being activated in the first of, you're being blessed because you are who you are, right? Or it could be just a change of identity. So let's look further. Let's look at Pisces. Pisces is in that 8th house. Okay. In 8th house, it deals with death and rebirth, transformation. This is also considered the house that holds shared finances or shared resources, if you would, right? But like I said, you could get money for some type of party that is thrown or something that deals with your God-given talent. But this is also considered a death and rebirth, maybe an inheritance that comes to you, right? It could be a situation of a blessing of inheritance that comes to you. Or it could be a situation of some type of opportunity to use grants, the government, something that deals with taxes, something that 8th house facilitations, grants, government, and taxes. Loans could have something to do with loans. Banking loans, mortgage loans. Could also be, like I said, inheritance. Death and rebirth being a transformation for you. This could work on a psychological level of you changing your beliefs in regards to fun and enjoyment, soulmates, right? This could be a time to where you find that soulmate or you decide to get a divorce. It really depends on the person, because there is courage and there is pride facilitated with Leo, and there is expansion facilitated with that Jupiter. So it's expanding you in a way of bringing out what you really want and desire within your identity. And that could lead to you deciding to end something, which is Pisces. Pisces is transformation and endings, but it is also healing. And it could be a situation of a healing a belief system that you've had thus far. And that could be associated with 5th house or Leo entities of the beliefs about children, or the beliefs about your lover, or beliefs about love in general, right? This could be also a situation in regards to religious beliefs that you've had, and they could be changing. And it can go either way, that you get more involved or you decide to change whatever religion that you're in, right? It could go either way, because expansion of identity is showing people that you are changing. You're becoming a leader within yourself. You are showing your sovereignty to others and your individuality, because first house is ruled by Aries in astrology, and it is the individual. This is a new beginning for you of abundance and luck for the next 13 months. Okay? All right, so 8th house is also investments and long-term finances. Could be like day trading. It could be anything that you have invested in, and there's a possibility that it pays out. Something is changing, and it could be in regards to society, but either way, it looks like a God-given blessing that's happening. With Pisces involved, this is an awakening. This is also the universe trying to give you an indication that you are always taken care of in regards to any type of crisis, legal matter, or association with divorces, or association with shared resources, anything of that type, that you're always taken care of by God, source, the universe. Okay, because Jupiter's indication with Pisces and also Sagittarius tells you that you are lucky, right? So this could be a time to where you're seeing that and you're understanding how blessed you are. Abundance is coming out of something with a shared resource that may feel like it saved you. Okay? Okay, so with Pisces involved also, we could be talking about the occult. And it could be that you are changing your identity to get more involved with the occult, or that is your God-given talent. Because it is a possibility that the occult, astrology, tarot, mediumship, past life regression, anything spiritual or spirituality or deals with that modality, anything of that sort can bring abundance to you. Or you could be seen as the person that is in it, or you could be seen as the person as the go-to for it, right? Because with Sagittarius being in Leo, with this activation, there is a way of a persona of you being seen as the person that is a professional with their God-given talent. Okay, so this could be a time to where that comes out. And therefore, you see yourself that way. And there's abundance coming to you because, you raise that vibration, more things come to you, right? That manifestation is coming to you. And this would include other people's resources, luck, fun, enjoyment, any type of winnings. If I were you, Leo, I would play the lottery during this time. Take some chances. You know what I mean? But, Jupiter being in Leo, it is a beautiful setting for you. It's a beautiful setting for everyone, but especially you. Now, I do want to look at the polarity of the situation. Not everything is great and good when it comes to expansion. Okay, and if it happens to be in a certain area for the next 13 months of, I haven't felt it yet, or things are happening. And it's not just things, it's dramatic things that could be happening, because everyone with Jupiter are expanded with Leo entities, such as drama, creating the performance on stage, right? Being prideful, maybe even a little selfish, okay? Feeling like they are higher than you, or being on that pedestal, okay? Making everyone, be their peasants because they are the king or queen, right? That is the energy with Jupiter in Leo. Some people won't talk about that part, but I'm going to talk about that part. Infidelity coming out of nowhere. People cheating on each other because they're not getting the love that they feel like they deserve, right? That is the thing with Leo energy. Or feeling like people are doing this and they're not, right? That is the thing with Leo energy, with Jupiter, because it's expanded. So if you come across these things, that belief system in regards to your happiness, which is in the 5th house, connected to Sagittarius, of the narrative you tell yourself, of how you have fun and enjoy life, has to change. There will be times to where you feel like maybe that you're in bondage, or you need a vacation, or situations of you feeling like things need to change because that death and rebirth with the 8th house is activated. Something needs to transform. It will. It will, but you have to allow it to by changing that perspective and understanding that you are taken care of by God, Source, the universe, right? I want to take a look at, because the first house is activated with this, and the first house in astrology is ruled by Aries. I want to take a look at Aries, okay? So we can see the connection. Aries is the ninth house. The ninth house is ruled by Sagittarius in astrology. This is where your bigger picture is, the philosophy that you hold about yourself, okay, your belief system about yourself, because we're dealing with Aries, so it's all about you, okay? Your belief could be that you need to have independence, or it could be that you need to start over, you know, from scratch. Your belief system could be stuck in that past of you being a child, because that is Aries. Aries is the first house. So I don't know if you've listened to other astrologers, but they go through the houses like first house is you being a kid. Second house is your awareness of your worthiness, of what you need, you know. So first house being that child. Aries in the ninth. What happened to you? That is holding you back. The belief system that you have in regards to you growing up could be the connection that needs to be severed during this time. I'm saying this because we have Saturn and Neptune here in Aries. And Saturn, it deals with you being a leader over your belief system and philosophy, that you are the one that is steering the ship, okay, within the situation. Saturn will show you how to be a leader for yourself and who you are. It will show you your identity in an objective way so that you can understand your belief systems are connected with that. Okay? Now, we're going to connect this ninth house with Sagittarius. Okay? There could be instances to where you believe that you can't have fun, or you believe that you're not worthy of love, or you believe that you weren't loved as a child, okay? So this would be where you dive deep into healing. Pisces being healing, transformation being the eighth house. And therefore, you will come out of that with a new identity, right? Now, we can look at it a different way with the ninth house. Ninth house being long distance travel, being other cultures or religious beliefs, okay? This could be the situation of belief system revolving around religion that maybe you were taught that has to be healed. Or this could be a situation of other cultures that you were taught that has to be healed. Or this could be a situation of maybe you feel like you can't live further away, right? And that has to be healed. Okay. With Aries, it's fight for survival. So there could be instances to where that's a belief system that I always have to fight for what I want. I always have to fight for love. There's always a competition with love. Like maybe you feel like your lover is always cheating or someone is cheating on you. And they could have. But ninth house is manifestation, okay, because it's Sagittarius. And you can manifest someone creating that infidelity in your life because Sagittarius connected with the 5th, right? And it's because of an insecurement that you have within yourself, that you're not good enough. And somewhere in between there, it has to be healed for you to change that identity. There is a connection here that's going to happen and activate with Pluto retrograde. All right. If you haven't watched that video, please do so. But Pluto retrograde, it is in your 7th house of transformation of your relationships and relating to other people on an internal level. Okay? And so this could be a time to where you're figuring out how to. That expansion of you wanting that love in your life, that expansion of wanting that freedom in regards to love or freedom in regards to who you are is going to be activated and is connected with other people, right? The same thing goes with business or, your job. It doesn't have to be just business. It can be your job that you have. There could be situations of you deciding whether or not to keep it. Okay? Do want to remind you that you have the ability to use shared resources, grants, government, anything of that nature. That is there for you. And it looks like to me with Pisces associated with the 8th house that, maybe you're scared that you won't be approved, or maybe you're scared that you can't get, some type of financial help, but it's there and you are capable of having it. It is written with Pisces in the 8th house. It could take a couple of tries, but you're going to get it, okay? With 9th house being activated with Neptune. Neptune can give illusions and disillusions in regards to your beliefs. You have to choose what is real within your life. You have to choose and sift out old belief systems. Saturn is going to make you a leader here. It's going to make you a leader in regards to a new philosophy, a leader in regards to seeing the bigger picture for what it is, because Saturn doesn't mess around with illusions. It grounds you. It tells you this is where you can create structure. And you have to build upon your own belief system and let go of what others have told you thus far. There is truth that comes out of beliefs. And I say this in a way of trying to explain truth to you. To understand truth, you have to understand that people have their own individual truth. There is no standard truth. Everyone makes it up. And I know that's hard to hear for some people that have Aries in the 9th house, but everyone has their own belief system. That is their truth. Doesn't mean that it's mine, right? And that's the way that you have to be sometimes. You have to find your individuality within your belief system. Okay? That you decide on what to believe and what not to believe. Whether it is evidence right in front of you, you decide on whether you believe it or not. Okay? And, people have their opinions. Opinions are their truth. It doesn't mean that it's your truth. It is just an opinion. Okay? All right, so, sorry, I got a little bit deep on that, but with Leos, Leos are wholeheartedly lovable people, and you have to see yourself this way. You have to see yourself as a person that is capable of love, that is lovable to others, shows them, another side of love that has never been seen before by others, So you feel this deeply. Leo, being a fire sign, is very passionate in regards to having fun and enjoyment and having that, or creating fun and enjoyment for others, showing them that, love is true and is real. And there's some that don't believe in it, right? There's some that just believe in, we're just relating to other people. It's not that deep. But you can show them differently, right? Okay, so where was I? I got ahead of myself with talking about love. Yes, so we were talking about Pluto being associated with the 8th house because it's activated, of changing you on an internal level of maybe belief systems, maybe an awakening that happens in regards to the other person in your life, or in regards to your beliefs about the other person in your life, right? Neptune being associated with Pisces, it is the ruler over Pisces in modern astrology. It's working in that 9th house for the next 14 years. And it's showing you and placing you on a purpose of understanding your individual belief system and what is your truth. Also, it could show you that you need to take time out for yourself and do long distance travel, get away from the hustle and bustle every once in a while. You could also figure out that you want to live at, on the ocean or at the ocean, right? Because Neptune is ocean. It's associated with Pisces. This could also be a situation of you understanding your independence and taking leadership over your independence. And I say that lightly because we're associating Aries with this first house, and Leo is there. How can I be in a relationship with another and still be me? Love is associated with Leo. Friendships are associated with Leo, right? Independence is Aries. Could be anger. Anger is Aries too, right? How can I be me and be within a relationship with another? That would be something to figure out for yourself, or something that you can study upon, because it's the 9th house of studying why I have to consistently be independent, or studying why your belief system surrounding your childhood means that much to you. Okay? It could go either way. But with Saturn being here, you will become your own father in regards to that belief system that you're holding. Whether it's religious, spiritual, it doesn't matter, right? The anger that you're holding inside about things that have happened to you, maybe toward your father or the person in your family that wears the pants, because that is associated with Saturn. And it could also be a situation of you seeing that you need to make your own way while in a relationship. Okay? And I keep saying these things, relationships and things of that nature, because it's being shown to you with the 8th house, okay, with that divorce and soulmate, to let go and go with faith. And it's also associated with Pluto retrograde being in the 7th, relating to other people and your partners and friendships that you have. There's a thing to where when people are in relationship with another, to keep the relationship happy, fresh, whatever you want to call it, they are their own person on an independent level and unconditionally accept the other person and their viewpoint. Does that make any sense? So, I'll give you my example. So my husband, he is a lover of farming and cattle and all of this. And there were situations to where in our relationship that he needed my help, or he needed me to be there to help with work or whatever. And I was there. But for me as an independent person, I needed my own emotional fulfillment. And that's when I started getting into astrology and tarot and crystals and all of the spirituality. I am a Pisces sun, by the way. But all the spirituality things, it helped me. And I am separate from him when it comes to me doing my astrology. And then he has, his separate thing of him doing his YouTube, which he loves farming and he loves cattle. So he has, it's called Old Bull Ranch on YouTube if you want to look at it. But he likes to do videos of the cows and stuff of that nature. But that is his thing. And then I have my thing, right? And sometimes, we'll come together, and because I am psychic and intuitive, I tell him about what I think and things of that nature, what have you. But it's still, whether he agrees or disagrees, I agree with myself always, right? I can be persuaded or influenced or, told another perspective and change it, but it is my choice. And this is what I'm trying to tell you, that you have the choice to keep your own perspective, but also include other people. Okay? That you can relate differently. Aquarian energy within the 7th house. You can relate differently with others and still have a relationship. Right? So Jupiter being in the 1st house is going to expand an identity for you of enjoyment and fun and lightheartedness again, of you seeing things in a lovable sense, of you having opportunities to love, of you changing a belief system in regards to an old identity that you've held thus far. And you will feel like you're a lighter person. Okay, Leo, thank you for being here. Please like, share, subscribe, and hype. And I will see you next time. Hi, Virgo. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Virgo, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to talk about this Jupiter that is going into Leo in your 12th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe and hype the video. Okay, so the 12th house, it deals with spirituality, soul work, enlightenment. It deals with the hidden truth come out with the 12th house activation. Endings and transformation is the 12th. Also, restoration of any type of past conditioning that you've been through. Healing is activated for that conditioning. Okay? We have prisons, hospitals, insane asylums, anything of incarceration or bondage is the 12th house. 12th house is also considered loss and grief, mediumship, the occult, past life readings, past life regressions, astral travel, dream work, habits, sabotaging habits, and your subconscious is activated. This is a lot of stuff here in the 12th house, but the 12th house being with Leo, it is a bittersweet situation with Leo. Leo deals with love and joy and hope and optimism. It also deals with being on a stage or being recognized by the public's eye, like a king or a queen, right? This is also where pride could be with Leo. Being courageous, having that ability to persevere through what is necessary, okay? Leo is also considered friendships. It's considered fun sex and having fun and enjoyment. Okay, it can be winnings of competition. It could be, because it's considered the 5th house in astrology is ruled by Leo. So you could also say lottery, right? This is where children are, okay, in the 5th house. I'm trying to think of anything else 5th house relates to. Pets is another thing with 5th house, but this would be your domestic pets, okay, with the 5th house. Now, there is an activation with Jupiter of expansion. And I'm saying this slowly so you understand and get what I'm trying to say here with the 12th being activated. You may have a time of going through the dark night of the soul. Now, that isn't appealing to anyone, right? But it's more or less to open up the gift of enjoyment and open up the gift of being enlightened with love and understanding unconditional love with friends and understanding unconditional love with children. Now, this could be a time to where a child could be born or pets could have children, okay? And that gives a transformation act within the 12th. But it's also a chance of, if your child is of age, please, let them know that in your astrological house of the 12th and they are activated, you have prisons, hospitals, and insane asylums activated, right? Just to let you know. And it can expand these things to teach them a lesson in regards to what they're doing in life, all right? But it may put you through an awakening of unconditional love for that child, or it could put you through a connection with a person of love, okay? Because we're all connected. When the 12th house is activated, it acts upon the ether, right? The veil is being lifted and paths are being open in regards to the trajectory that you need to be on. With Jupiter, we're talking about the way that you are intellectually looking at things with your perception, which is your belief system when it comes to Jupiter. But it's deeper. It's deeper on that emotional level, included with the heart chakra, included with situations of fame. Okay? This could be that you become viral on the media. Media is activated with Leo, and Jupiter can expand it and give you luck and abundance coming out of media if you're on media. Or it could give you luck and abundance coming out of a situation with a friend. Or it could give you luck and abundance coming out of a situation with a lover. If you are dating someone, this is where the transition lies, okay? On whether or not it transforms or it ends, okay? It depends on you. Obviously, we have free choice, but I'm letting you know that it's not just a transformation or ending, that this is more of an incentive to help you grow on a soul level of understanding love and enjoyment and fun and optimism. So that perception that you've thought thus far in regards to how things have been is going to change. Okay? Overindulgence and habits is activated. Overindulgence of fun, because Jupiter expands fun, right? Is activated in the 12th of your habits. So this could look like you understanding or awakening to overindulgence. Or this could be a time to where, while you are overindulging in either drugs, alcohol, or anything that alters your mindset, that there is an epiphany or there is an awakening, or this is what triggers the situation of the dark night of the soul. Okay? That is possible with Jupiter. Jupiter and every sign and every planet and every house, they have a duality. There is a light and dark of that situation, right? That tries to open you up to a new way of being. Your soul is calling you at this time to look at things in a more perceptive way, to see things as they could be. Jupiter, it rules over Sagittarius, so it has a lot to do with the bigger picture, okay, and the broader, or the broader perspective of the situation. And Jupiter, it wants you to enjoy life at the same time as growing and expanding, and it can create situations to where you open up to something that you may have never thought you would before, because we're talking about the 12th house. So it could be that you're opening up to a medium reading, or you're opening up to the occult more, esoteric knowledge, or you are on a path of self-destruction, could go the other way of expansion, right? And overindulge in habits, therefore incarceration is involved, therefore you're sitting alone and thinking about the situation, right? I mean, it could go either way. And you can use this as an example for others that are Virgo sun, moon, or rising. Okay? Now, I do want to say too that luck and abundance and opportunities come out of loving situations, friendships, parties, situations of maybe even you could intertwine children with parties, so like a baby shower, or it doesn't even have to be your baby shower. It could be someone else's, that you're awakening to an epiphany, or you are seeing things in a new perspective. Grief and loss. Okay, I'm going to talk about it. Now, I do want to remind you that Pluto is retrograde in everybody's chart. right now, and death and rebirth is activated for everyone, right? But grief and loss being activated in the 12th could mean that there is thoughts of, because we're talking about the bigger perspective here, thoughts of grief or thoughts of loss that has been happening within your mind's eye. And this is an epiphany or awakening that can pull you down into that emotion and then show you the truth, because there's a truth that is hidden from you. And you notice this and change your perspective in regards to the situation, right? Or this could come out as you find out truths about a lover, or you find out truths about a friend, or you find out truths about your children, okay? That comes out of this. That is a possibility. This could also look like a situation of, yes, there is a loss of friendship. That is a possibility, but it's more or less of a grieving of a loss of a friendship that had already happened. This is to open you up to accept other friends, or open you up to unconditional love toward other people, right? I do want to look at Sagittarius. Sagittarius is in that 4th house, and we have connections with the 12th and 4th. So the 4th house, it deals with your home property, your mother figures, motherhood. It also deals with the nurturing parent. Doesn't have to be mom, right? Even if you see yourself as the person that would be the nurturing parent or is the nurturing parent, this is where that is settled within the 4th. The 4th house is also your emotional body, your sense of belonging. It can include past, right? That's why I kept saying that, that grieving of loss situation could have been a past situation, and it opens you up. Now, 4th house is also ancestral lineages, okay? It is your ancestors here. This is a very private house, the 4th house. And we're talking about it being in Sagittarius. There is some type of freedom associated with your home life, of you wanting to be in a bigger space, or you wanting to be on more land, or you wanting to be in a foreign place, right? A place that's further away. That is associated here. With Jupiter activation with Sagittarius, this could be a situation to where you obtain that. Or it could be that healing situation that needs to happen in regards to past lovers, past friendships, past whatever happened with children, things that have happened in the past with them, right? This is a perspective changing. This is an outlook on a bigger picture of how things could be. And there could be, with Jupiter activation of luck and abundance, that you gain a home or property that you've been waiting for, or that a friend is moving in with you, or this could be a friendship that is further away, right? Because further away is Sagittarius, or foreign, right? This could also be, Sagittarius deals with religious beliefs. I'm going to go over Sagittarius so you get more of a bigger picture here. Long distance travel, other cultures, religions, belief systems, opportunities can come out of this. The bigger picture, skills and learning abilities, teachers, preachers, gurus, in-laws, grandchildren, grandparents, higher education such as college, media, publishing, legal cases, politics, and freedom. Okay, so what this could be is that there's an ending of that home that you wanted within your mind's eye. Okay, and you're changing to something better, or you're changing that manifestation into
something bigger, like building a bigger home or having a bigger property, right? This could be Jupiter blessing you with those things. This could also be a situation of you becoming a grandparent, an in-law, or gaining in-laws could be a thing here. It could also be a situation of a literal Sagittarius that helps you be abundant in some way, shape, or form. Okay? With the 4th house activation, your emotional body is attached to the 12th of healing, of awakening and healing, seeing things for what they are, understanding the truth, okay, of a situation. Truths could come out in regards to, like I said, past people within your life that you've loved, or this could be a situation of truths coming out about a religion, right, that you grew up with, because we're talking about your ancestral lineage, your ancestors. This could be something that is activated. Also, of you expanding your knowledge, which is Sagittarius, of philosophy, of how your ancestors are connected with you, and or shown how much that they love you, right? This could be through a dream or vision. This could be that you're seeing your hidden talent or gift that you have within yourself that involves occult things, okay? Using mediumship, past life regression, or spirituality in some way, shape, or form. This could also be a situation with opportunities coming to you in regards to your family. Expansion of family. Being a mother. Being a grandmother. Expansion of family. Okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you about Sagittarius. One of the ways that has already happened to me is that I found out truths about my ex-husband getting out of the insane asylum. I am a Virgo rising, okay? And he was supposed to be in there until I was like 52, something like that. I'm 41, by the way. And he got out and I didn't know, and he's been out for a while. And I was supposed to be notified because he had attempted murder on his mother, okay? I'm a Pisces sun too, so I have activations, major activations with my 7th house of finding, you know, those that are unloved, or finding those that have mental illness, I guess you would call it, right? Or some type of habit. Every Virgo rising probably has been through that within their life, of finding someone of that stature. But because it was my first husband, that 7th house is activated, okay? And when I found that out, I healed certain aspects of that survival mode, because Leo, it rules over the sun, which is your ego, which activates also that survival mode. So I healed parts of my sun that was activated there. Does that make any sense, to show you a little bit in regards to astrology? Anyway, so we're going to look at Pisces, because Jupiter, yeah, it rules over Sagittarius, but it also rules over Pisces in traditional astrology. So, I mean, what I went through, it was completely activated, right, with the 7th house activation. But 7th house is relating to others, business associations. It is partnerships and marriages. It is also considered therapists and clients, open enemies, contracts, collaborations with other people, commitments and agreements, okay? Doesn't necessarily have to be a love situation. It can just be an agreement between two people. And so this can play out as a business association abundantly comes to you. And this could be that it's from the fourth house of maybe something that deals with your home. Or it could be literal Sagittarius or a literal Pisces. Or it could be situated in a way of a lease agreement, right? Lease agreements are collaborations between another and contracts of another. And this could be a transformation of some type of lease agreement that allows you more freedom. Okay? This could be also some type of expansion of lease agreement, that you're gaining more property. Abundance and luck being activated with the 12th, with your emotional body, connections with past lovers, marriages such as the 7th house, or friendships that you had, like best friends that you had, situating and getting involved with your emotions on that subject. And that takes you deeper into unconditional love, or it takes you deeper into expanding yourself in such a way of finding a gift that God, source, the divine has for you. Okay? Such as an example would be that you're starting your healing process on that friendship or the way that it used to be. And then you figure out that this is who you are. Your perspective upon your emotions are changing because you're different. Does that make any sense? That gift of understanding that emotions are finite, or emotions, bring in opportunities of growth for you to heal the past and whatever was situated there. This could also be that clients of the esoteric or occult are expanding. Luck and abundance is coming to you in regards to your occult work that is being noticed. That could happen with the 12th house activation. And it's hitting on an emotional level because that 4th house is still activated, okay? It could be great emotions, right? This could be that situation of you finally feeling freedom, or finally feeling like you have arrived, or finally seeing the fun and enjoyment within life. Now, long distance travel being activated with partners and friendships is activated with Jupiter. Okay? And this could mean that it's time for a vacation, that you're talking about vacation or you're going on vacation. That is a possibility. Now, this vacation could be really needed. And I'm saying that because the 12th house is still activated. It's not going away. This is a 13-month long cycle that you're going through of 12th house facilitations of seeing truth, being healed, transformation and endings of situations. This could mean that you were living further away from your family, and then all of a sudden that changes because Jupiter is activated with the 4th. You know what I mean? And it could be that your partner is moving with you, or you're moving with your partner, vice versa, whatever. Or this could mean that transformation with that relationship is happening. And it's to bring in more freedom in your life. It could concern that emotional body, or it could concern that perception that you're holding against that relationship. There's a type of expansion of your intelligence to see things in a different way, in a different manner. Almost like you could compare this to maybe a Uranus opposition or a Uranus return. Okay? Because we have both, you know, the 4th house and the 7th house activated, and they're on angles of your chart. And this changes everything that's happening thus far within your reality. Now, I do want to say too that the 4th house being activated with mothers, your partner's mother could have something changing within their life, and that's activated by Jupiter. And somehow this frees you up from situations that could have happened, or did happen, right? Somehow it frees you up, whether that is on a psychological level with your perspective about that person, or it is changing you in a way of more freedom and having fun. So say that your in-law, right, is having a party, and maybe there is good things that happen at this party that you never experienced with parties that they had thrown before, okay? And you're seeing things differently. Maybe you don't live near them. Maybe you don't live near your in-laws. But this party persuades you to live closer to them. Maybe they've been asking you to move toward them, right? That could be it. Or it could be the other way around, that you're over it. I want to remind you that Sagittarius has a lot to do with perspective. So philosophy is a thing, learning is a thing with Sagittarius, and you're learning more in depth about what you desire and what you want as a person, because the sun is activated with Leo. Okay, so your sun is activated with Leo, okay? Because it rules over the sun. Everyone's sun is activated with their ego, their essence, what they want and desire, their survival mode. It could also deal with fathers. There's an attachment there with fathers, but at the same time, I would say the person that is noticed, the sun shines on the person that is noticed within the family in the 4th house, right? So with that activation, it could be that there's a new perspective about them, that you're thinking about them in a different manner, or they make you think about things in a different way. I don't remember if I said it, but I'm going to say it again. If you're dating someone, that relationship could change. It could change into marriage. The 7th house is activated, or your friends could be getting married, right? Or it could be a separation of some sort, because transformation and endings is activated with lovers and friends, okay? And children. A transformation and ending is happening with children. So if they had problems in regards to their relationships, things are changing. Okay, I'm seeing if there's anything else. Now, pets being activated, yeah, it's possible of a loss of a pet, but it's more possible of you getting a pet to expand that emotional body and sense of belonging, of that you're getting a pet because you're learning how to have that unconditional love brought into your life, right? With Jupiter being in Leo, they're both part of fire signs and water, right? And this is an emotional, passionate situation we're talking about. It's not necessarily one of, death, like Pluto. Do you know what I mean? So this could be a situation to where there is passion coming back into your world, like full-on passion. Now, people are going to be dramatic during this Jupiter in Leo. I'm just letting you know. It was in Cancer. People were moody and crybabies and, crying about their parents, or living with their parents, or crying about where they're living, or whatever, because Cancer rules that 4th house in astrology. Okay? But at the same time, people got healed, or people understood and seen the value within family. Okay? With Jupiter and Leo, they're dramatic. They're passionately dramatic about what they want and how they want things, and talking about maybe lovers, and talking about being in love, and talking about having fun and enjoyment and hope, joy, and optimism, and their God-given talent that they have. Okay? I do want to say too that this is a chance for you to understand your God-given talent and what you're capable of, right? We're talking about your God-given talent in Leo being associated with Jupiter, relating to other people, and also how you feel about that. Okay, so this is a time to where that trajectory is going to be pointed at you of your purpose. Could have came from ancestral lineage, or it could have came from some type of awakening that you've had, right? And I think that might be about it, Virgo. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Hi, Libra. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Libra Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Jupiter that's happening in Leo in your 11th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so Jupiter being in the 11th, Jupiter is expansion, luck, and abundance. It can expand situations that put you on the right path. It can also give you some type of new belief system, because Jupiter is the ruler over Sagittarius. And we're talking about your 11th house. The 11th house is your hopes, dreams, and wishes, your networks, clubs, groups, and affiliations. Community, the community you want to be in, the community that you reside in. This is also friendships of long distance, older siblings, socializing in a big way, more than 3 people. Technology, the internet, is the 11th house. The 11th house in astrology is ruled by Aquarius. So you can take Aquarius themes and put it here in this house. Now, Leo in your chart is here in this house. Leo, it all deals with love, joy, hope, and optimism. It can also be some type of situation that happens with pets, friendships. This could be with Leo where you go viral over the internet because it's in the 11th. Leo is celebrity, popularity, recognition status in any manner. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the internet. It could be that you're being noticed. Okay. Creativity, hobbies, your God-given talent is Leo. Infidelity can also be Leo, because it deals with love life and fun sex. Overindulgence, when Jupiter is in this house in the 11th, this could be that you're going to a party that maybe you're overindulgent in. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're overindulging in habits, but you could eat more, you could drink more, you could have fun more, right? Children are Leo, and this could be celebrations for children and their accomplishments that they've had. They could be noticed by the community, or you could be noticed by the community. This could also be a situation where your hopes, dreams, and wishes come true in regards to a love situation. There could be a proposal that happens in regards to that love situation.
This could be that maybe not just viral, but putting your God-given talent on media or showing it off into the community. Your expression or just that talent that you have, it could be noticed by the right people, groups, clubs, and affiliations, or it could be that there is luck and abundance coming to you in regards to that talent that you have. This could also happen to the person that you're dating or a lover. Now, apps are included, like dating apps or hobby apps are included in regards to this situation with groups, clubs, and affiliations, internet, and then adding in that flavor of your hobbies or love life or dating life. Apps could be either obtained or you could create an app for whatever you're doing and get noticed by it, right? This could also be a situation to where you find your soul tribe. There could have been a belief system behind situations of whether or not you belong somewhere. And then all of a sudden, you find your soul tribe. This could be with a long distance friend or an older sibling. This could be with situations of just going to places in regards to meeting those people. And you figure out of your hopes, dreams, wishes of what you want, the trajectory that you want to be on. Epiphanies can happen in regards to Jupiter, okay? Jupiter, it can be an awakener also, just like Uranus. Uranus does rule this house, the 11th, because of Aquarius. But we also have to look at Pisces being the traditional ruler with Jupiter, right? Jupiter rules Pisces in traditional astrology, and in modern astrology, it rules Sagittarius. So we're going to take a look at these two signs and figure out even more of what could happen with Jupiter being in Leo. So Sagittarius is in your third house. This is communication, how you communicate to you, to yourself, to others, gaining communication, okay? This is also your local environment. Third house deals with communication, local environment, neighborhood, ideas and documents, moving and movement. When I say moving, it'd be like moving home, or movement like productivity and exercise, okay? Lots of movement. Busyness would be considered the third house. The third house in astrology is ruled by Gemini, right? So we're connecting Gemini placements here. Media, writing, small education. This is also phones, gadgets, anything that you use with your hands, such as tools, vehicles. This is where the salesman and tradesman comes out, okay? This is advertising, if you would. Third house is also considered motivation, right? Of pushing you forward, moving, pushing you forward. And thus is the Leo sign, pushing you forward. Because Leo is fire, and third house is busyness. The speaker comes out of the third house, the person that is the public speaker. So we're connecting the 3rd to the 11th. And this could look like you have an opportunity to do those things of speaking at an event or communicating in regards to something that needs to happen, a goal. You could be communicating to a literal Sagittarius, or this could be a situation of communication about a hope, dream, wish coming true, okay? This could also be your mindset concerning how to have fun in whatever group, club, or affiliation, or a new way to have fun with. a club, group, or affiliation. Luck and abundance can come through in regards to communicating that luck and abundance, or a new perspective in regards to where you belong, right? Aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings are in that third. And this could be that there is communication from them that gives you that awakening, or that gives you that movement, or they're asking you to move to their community. There could be an opportunity coming out of this for you to move to a different community. Doesn't necessarily have to be with them, okay? It can be one that showcases you. Because you have to remember that Leo is ruled by the sun in astrology. And the sun shines down on its connection with whatever it's touching. And in this case, it will be touching that 11th house of opportunity for your hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals to come true, a new community to be a part of, creation of groups, clubs, and affiliations, or just, being noticed through those clubs, groups, or affiliations. Abundance, luck, and money is associated with Jupiter. Jupiter has a way of bringing in something lucky for you, okay? Many people don't associate money with Jupiter. I associate money with Jupiter because it's lucky. It can bring you abundance. Usually that comes in a tangible form of you gaining something, because it's expansion. Now, I do want to say, too, that because expansion is involved with communication, people are dramatic, okay? There could be dramatic communication, maybe even, gossip or drama that happens with associations with those people, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings, a friend of long distance, an older sibling. There could be just dramatic communication there. And it could have something to do with them having too much fun, or it could be something to do with them being overindulgence, or you having too much fun or being overindulgent. It can go either way. But with Jupiter and Leo, that's happening for everyone. When Jupiter was in Cancer, everybody was moody, and they were talking about their family, and they were talking about their emotions, and talking about their mothers, because Cancer is ruled by the moon in astrology, right? Something could have happened to their mothers in regards to Jupiter being in Cancer. But in this situation, there is drama, more of an inflated head or ego, if you would, in regards to what they want to do or have fun or their God-given talent, right? And it could seem like it's just too much. So if it gets too much, take time out and reassess yourself with Jupiter. Jupiter, it is, the ruler over Sagittarius, so it would be more of a philosophy and belief system that you have, getting more involved with that perspective and open to have a new perspective in regards to that person if there are any type of arguments that come out, okay? Communication being activated for you, you will experience something along the lines of people being over dramatic, okay? Small education and certificates, licenses, permits, visas is activated with the third, and this could be a time to where you're obtaining those so that maybe you can enjoy yourself, have more fun. Obtaining those for your God-given talent if it's necessary. So say that you need a license to do something, And you're during this time, this 13 months, you are obtaining that license so that you can either sell something as a thing with the third house, or you could advertise something, or productivity of getting something done, right? Okay, so I want to look at Pisces. Pisces being in the 6th house. The 6th house, that deals with your health, your daily routines, daily work and employment, your co-workers, your pets, your service to others, servicing others, and how you serve, right? The collective, because it is Pisces, so we're adding in everyone. Okay, how you serve those that maybe are unloved. Okay, how you serve those that are in the collective, associated with your 11th house being activated. Organization or organizing, you know, keeping things together. 6th house is ruled by Virgo in astrology, so there is an over analytical stance or flavor when you're in this house. It's everything has to be a certain way. It is what you do for other people. It is your daily work and routine. This is not a situation of ambition or a situation of aspirations. This is the daily work that you do to get to those ambitions or aspirations. Okay? This is how you get your bag on a daily basis to pay the bill, you know. 6th house is also self-mastery. That could go one or two ways with Pisces being involved, okay? Piscean energy, it has a way of making you stop and look around in regards to what is in your life, understanding, letting go and going with faith with situations, kind of putting the brakes on something, I guess you would say. But Pisces is also the occult. Pisces is very psychic and intuitive. Pisces, it rules the 12th house in astrology, so we're talking about soul work, and we're talking about healing a past conditioning that you may have had. Letting go and going with faith, transformations and endings is Pisces. This is habits, your subconscious, truths, right? So I'm going to give you a few examples of how this could play out within Jupiter being in Leo. So there's an expansion of you being a part of a community, a group, a club, or affiliation. And it's dealing with how you service others, do your work, whatever, right? There could be a situation to where you have to let go of the person that you were before on a daily level, whatever you were doing before on a daily level, because there is a goal to obtain with someone. This goal will bring in more abundance, more luck and abundance in regards to Leo. Fun, joy, hope, and optimism. Using your God-given talent that you have, not necessarily the one that you did on an everyday level of working, okay? This is to bring that true essence out of you. And so that could be expanded through this. There's a new perspective in regards to how you are self-mastered in who you are, because Pisces is the ether, and Pisces can pinpoint you as the person of intuitive, the person of what the divine or source is calling you to be. Okay, so there could be a more depth communication coming from those people that I mentioned. It could be older siblings, a friend of further away, or an acquaintance, or aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings, and they help you see who you are and the trajectory you need to be on. Now, you may have this initial goal, because it's activated, to use your God-given talent. You may have that already, but with Jupiter activated in this house of the 11th, it's asking you to expand that, to look at it as a different perspective. And so new ideas, which is your third house, new inspirations is coming into you with Pisces in regards to what to do on a daily level, how your life could be, and the self-mastery that is needed, right? And that is one way that you can look at this. I know it seems like I'm all over the place, but I'm just using 3 houses here with those signs that are in it, okay? Now, teachers, preachers, and gurus could be activated with a mindset situation that had been going on for too long. An awakening could be happening, an expansion of your perspective or belief system about who you're surrounded by is happening with Jupiter and Leo, because you're ready to free yourself to have more fun and enjoyment in life, because it's ruled over Sagittarius, which is freedom, teachers, preachers, and gurus. It can also deal with higher education. I don't think I went over Sagittarius for you to understand it, but I'm going to go over it now. So I'll back up a little bit with this third house. All right, so Sagittarius, it deals with long distance travel. It is considered the house of blessings. This is where your perspective is, okay? Teachers, preachers, gurus, skills and learning abilities, the bigger picture of the situation, the broader perspective, if you would. In-laws, grandchildren, and grandparents, higher education, media, publishing, legal cases. This is politics and freedom here. So with this association with the 11th, with Leo and Jupiter, it could look like that book that you've been writing, it gets published, right? It could look like that is your new goal, to write a book. Teachers, preachers, and gurus being activated, even professors. This could mean that you get an opportunity to be one of those, or one of those, they initiate a mindset healing that happens, okay? And that allows you to have more fun in your life and enjoy life again. Maybe even love. Maybe it has to do with love, okay? This could also look like a vacation, communication about long distance travel, of having more fun, right? This could look like you moving further away into a new community to where you're accepted. With, all of this said, this initiates a new way of you doing your everyday activity. Maybe even your work facilitation, right? This could also have an association on your health, that there is some type of epiphany that happens in regards to what is actually healthy for you. And therefore, you come out of this enjoying life again and having more fun. An expansion of situations of health could happen to place you upon the trajectory of you need to stop, okay? With Pisces activated, we're talking about transformation and endings. Stop doing what you've been doing thus far and look at it in a different way. With Jupiter activated, that perspective activated, right? Do you see the correlation here of Jupiter being connected with Pisces and Sagittarius? You are going to see things differently and it's going to be better for you. Leo is trying to show you of enjoyment in what you're really made of. It's passionate, okay? And all of this is going into places that you are considered belong to, such as groups, clubs, and affiliations, such as, the community that you're in or reside in. Also, internet affiliations. Okay, so there are lots of ideas that could be happening. There could be maybe a document comes to you. Maybe a document comes to you in some way, shape, or form, or some type of communication over email or text. And this could be that this document is what actually changes everything for you. Freedom is Sagittarius. Documents are the third house. And this could be where you're gaining more freedom in regards to who you're connected with, right? If you haven't watched Uranus and Gemini video, please do so, because there is a connection with this Jupiter, with your Uranus, that's happening in your 9th house, okay? Of changes being made to that belief system, to long distance travel, changes being made to moving to somewhere that is of long distance, right? And there's correlation with Jupiter here, because 9th house is Sagittarius in astrology, okay? 3rd house is Gemini in astrology, so they're both activated, okay, of you figuring out a new way of being, if you would. So if you would watch that video. Also, one last thing I want to say in regards to your hopes, dreams, and wishes coming true, they could be correlated with your God-given talent of what you have. It doesn't necessarily have to mean like lottery winnings, but it is the possibility of lottery winnings if you want to take a chance. I don't know what, your planets, I don't know where they are placed within, this chart. But if it were me, I would definitely, hopes, dreams, wishes being activated. And then you have, with Aquarius, we have Pluto retrograde being activated. And Pluto retrograde, I have a video upon that, but Pluto will not be retrograde forever, only until October, and then it'll go direct, right? And when it goes direct, it's more working outside of you than it is internally. Right now, we're talking about on a psychological level with it retrograde. And when it's outside of you, it's changing everything that you have in regards to what you've been doing thus far, how you've been having fun and enjoying and relating to those groups, clubs, and affiliations. Is going to place you to a place to where you belong, right? There's a transformation of community for everybody when it comes to Aquarius themes. But in your case, there is lots of abundance that can be held there while Jupiter is in your 11th house. Okay? Thank you, Libra, for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe. Hype the video, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Scorpio. If you're doing well today, this is for Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Jupiter that is happening in your 10th house. I'm sorry, I've been going through videos, right? 10th house being activated by Leo with Jupiter in it. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe, and hype the video if you haven't. All right, so 10th house is legacy. This is your career, your professional life. Professional. This is not
the everyday, I have to work as, a person that sells whatever to get to my goal. This is your professional life and career, your ambitions, your aspirations. Okay. Now, this is also considered your reputation, your father's health and wealth, or the person that wears the pants in your family that seems Sagittarian. Okay. Because 10th house is ruled by Capricorn in astrology, and Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, right? So we're talking about the person that is the go-getter in your family. And also because Leo is shining down on it, the person that is noticed in your family as parents, right? So when I say father's health and wealth, you can take that as the mother if, your mom is the one that shines. Your role that you play in life, the status that you hold, and the power that you hold. When I say status, this would be whether you're a CEO or laborer. This would be the title of whether you are a parent or not. This could be husband or wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, the title that you hold. Jupiter being activated brings in luck and abundance. It also brings expansion. I'm going to put a disclaimer on this, Scorpio, because you need to understand that Jupiter can expand dramatic situations when it comes to your 10th house, okay? It can also bring out a dramatic scene or situation with other people because they also have Jupiter in Leo. Everyone wants to be seen. Everyone wants to be noticed. Everyone wants to feel like a king or a queen, right? Because it's Leo. They also want to feel validated with their sovereignty. Because Leo, it's ruled by the sun. And the sun can either bring out a survival mode, okay? Or it can bring out the ego. It can be a healthy ego, by the way, of this is who I am essence. Okay, so just to let you know, with Jupiter being in Leo in this house, this could look like your God-given talent is being expressed and you're getting some type of abundance for it. This could also be a new perspective in regards to an ambition or aspiration that you want to acquire. This could be a situation of a new perspective upon the love that you have for that parent that wears the pants in the family. Okay? Your power being activated with Leo, this could be one or two ways. Power struggles in regards to being loved, in regards to your children, in regards to situations of dating, in regards to that God-given talent that you have or hobbies. There could be some power struggles that happen that are expanded so that you come back to your power of who you are and what is needed for you. Jupiter being lucky can put you in an opportunity for you to shine. It can put you or place you in situations of your professional life getting better or having an upgrade of some type. Okay? This could be also that status having an upgrade. If you have been dating someone thus far and you've been waiting, this could be a time to where you get married. Okay, because it can bring out that opportunity to change status. It can go either way though. It could be married or divorce, right? It could go either way because a change of status can happen with Jupiter and Leo, right? This could also be that your children have this
going on in their life, that they're the ones that have abundance within their career or their status, or that they're the ones that are becoming a mother or a father. Okay, that is a possibility, because we have Jupiter is the ruler over Sagittarius in modern astrology, and also Pisces in traditional astrology, and we're going to take a look at both of those. Okay, so let's look at Sagittarius first. This is the second house. This is dealing with your money, how you spend money, how you are valued, the value that you bring into the world, what you value also is activated. That could be materialistic things of, you know, what you value. It could also be situations of food, because second house is ruled by Taurus in astrology, so it could be food. It could be something beautiful that is concerning your face. So that could be like cosmetic situations, or your teeth, right? Anything that deals with your face. I do want to say too that second house is your self-worth. Okay? And there could be situations of expansion with Jupiter. It's going to last for 13 months, right? This transit of Jupiter being in Leo. There could be situations of your worth of being a mom, or your worth of how your mother sees you or your father sees you. Or this could be your worth of being a father, right? You know, because both parents are activated when it comes to the 10th house. It depends on the person that is in control of the family unit. And your status is activated. So depending on who you are, it could have indications of expansions of that self-worth there, of how am I valued? Do they value me, right? Is what I'm doing for my aspirations or ambitions, is this how I want to be valued, right? There are situations of your psychological well-being being activated to look at the bigger picture and to change a perspective of what isn't working to what is working. And Jupiter can help you do this. Jupiter can expand situations also in the physical to make this happen, right? This could be situations of your 10th house being activated with your legacy of, you know, trying to put more within your legacy, or your legacy is actually hit with some type of abundance, because we got money activated, right? And this could be that you're gaining some money for that legacy, or you're figuring out what legacy you want to leave behind to your children. Fun, hope, and optimism, joyfulness is Leo. And the way that you have been enjoying life or expressing yourself or overindulgence could have an effect on that self-worth. This actually could be a time to where you cut out what doesn't necessarily belong to you or serve you any longer in regards to indulging or enjoying life. So say that you were a person that took vacations all the time, because Sagittarius is activated, and now you're seeing that it's actually not worth vacationing, that it's more worth of the bigger picture of what needs to happen or be done. Now it could go the other way around too, of you deserve a break because dramatic situations is activated, and your inner being could be trying to tell you that that inner child needs to get away from the situation, to regroup, reassess,
right? Because there will be instances of Jupiter going retrograde. And that could be the times where it happens, or it could be a situation of Jupiter expanding situations of your professional life, or the status or whatever you're holding in your life, who you are, how other people see you. It could expand that to the point to where you just need to get the out, you know. And you have to tell yourself that you deserve it. I deserve to take this vacation. I deserve to be further away, right? Sagittarius is abroad, long distance travel, other cultures, religions, belief systems, opportunities, unexpected opportunities. It is considered blessings, right? Skills and learning abilities, teachers, preachers, gurus, in-laws, grandchildren, grandparents, higher education, media, legal cases, politics, freedom, and publishing. Okay? So when you're looking at this in that second house of how can I make more money? Well, you could make more money as a person that is a travel agent, or as a person that can show others certain abilities of how to use their finances correctly, because we have finances activated with the second as an individual income and spending. And then you have teachers, preachers, or gurus. Now, those people can also have an influence for you of how to obtain more money. Teachers, preachers, and gurus. This could also be that education that you have, or the education that you want to have. And it could place you with an opportunity to extend education, or it could place you with an opportunity to use your education on an individual level to get the finances straight, right? This could also be a situation of media. You could use media in any way, shape, or form when it comes to the 10th house with your ambitions and aspirations, or the title that you hold within a professional life. Okay? And this could mean that you're making individual income through media. You could be given this opportunity, right, on that position of media. It is dealing with your God-given talent with Leo. Leo is that God-given talent. It is also parties, okay? Event planning could be a thing that you're deciding to change your occupation to a person that gives parties to others, right? This is dealing with your individual income, and also self-worth comes out of that, of helping other people have more fun and enjoyment in their life. But opportunities to do those things is activated, okay? Now, money coming to you, it could come from a Sagittarius, literal Sagittarius. It could come from the person that is the Sagittarian parent. I'm going to call it that because it's the one that wears the pants in the family. It could be coming from in-laws, grandparents, okay? Individual money, opportunities to, or expansion of. They could have an impact in regards to your psychological being, of how you see things, of who you are. Okay? That could come from either work, your marriage, or how you are as a parent, right? Or that legacy. They could be an example of that legacy, or even if they're not here anymore. It could be in your mind's eye of how they did things, right? It doesn't matter. This person doesn't have to be alive for them to have an influence in regards to that legacy or occupation, okay? I do want to talk about, too, the changes to yourself, to beautify yourself, could be happening. And this could bring out you to have more fun again and to have that popular viral situation happen, or put you in the right position for that occupation or for that status change. And I'm saying this because Sagittarius is opportunities to beautify you and to place you upon that pedestal so that everyone sees you in a different manner. And that could be happening by something that you do cosmetically, or something that you do in regards to maybe diet. I say that because food is activated with second. Something that you do in regards to that psychological well-being of that perspective that you're holding in regards to the 10th house of enjoyment. You could be changing that overindulgence. You could be changing your self-worth and confidence, and therefore it places you in a different area in life, because it was gained, and it was due to a perspective change, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else here. Like I said, too, that you could become some type of teacher, preacher, guru, professor, someone that teaches something, or someone that holds that professional life within themselves and brings it out into the public with a not a habit, but a hobby, or with your God-given talent. You could just be a professional within that area, and you could be teaching others how to do this, or you could learn some type of skill that places you in an upgraded position, right? So we have Pisces activated also with this situation. Now, Pisces is placed in the 5th, and the 5th house is ruled by Leo in astrology. Okay? And 5th house is love, joy, hope, and optimism. It can be infidelity. It can be children, pets. It can also be situated around your hobbies, your God-given talent, popularity, recognition, celebrity status, 5th house. 5th house is motivation for you. It's all in Pisces. Pisces, it deals with habits, it deals with self-sabotage, it deals with letting go and going with faith. Transformation and endings is here. Psychic and intuitive abilities, this is where your soul work is here. This is where people, when it's activated, it's connections with the 12th house, that it can be considered a dark night of the soul for you to go through to understand the 5th house, which is love, unconditional love, your children, how to be happy, right? And that can be expanded during this time to place you on a trajectory to be motivated to change that 10th house of your professional life, your status. There could be motivation to change your legacy, okay? Your power could be coming back to you because of some type of healing of past conditioning that you had as a child, right? Because Pisces is healing. It is the ether. It goes down deep and connects you with what has been self-sabotaging to you. Okay? And with Jupiter activated, it could be an awakening of that overindulgence of drugs or alcohol that has been happening and it has an effect on that status, right? Prisons, hospitals, insane asylums, anything of incarceration is activated with Pisces. So I want to emphasize, your status is activated with overindulgence. Okay, so please be careful. Try not to go to jail whenever, don't have a drunken stupor or something like that. You know what I mean? So this could be situations of your children doing this, okay, that they have activations with you of you understanding and seeing how they grew up, maybe an example of what you went through whenever you were raising them, that could be healed. And also situations of, even if they didn't have an influence with you raising them, that this is happening to them so that they can understand and see love and enjoyment and how it should be, right? And also gain responsibility, because responsibility is the 10th house. It is Capricorn, right? Stability, responsibility, discipline, okay? Because there are children that are just unruly and they do whatever they want and they weren't raised that way. You know what I mean? And so this could be a time to where, the consequences are coming out. I want to remind you that Jupiter has a way of expanding dramatic instances with these people and other people in your life. So pets could have an influence on unconditional love that helps you be loved or feel worthy, or gives you an indication of how to use pets within your God-given talent. So you could be one that is training or showing others how to use pets for unconditional love whenever they don't feel worthy, right? Pisces has a lot to do with healing and soul work and spirituality, the occult. And this could be a time to where you could be a teacher of those things. And that's where you go viral, or you are seen as a person who does these things and showing others how to, right? With the occult, spirituality, belief systems, and faith and religious beliefs being activated, this could also be a time to where a father figure, a grandparent, an in-law, they are the ones that become that teacher, preacher, or guru, or they are the ones that are noticed for some type of healing that is happening. Loss and grief is activated with Pisces, and there could be some debris of that loss that is happening, or there could be some debris of grief that is happening that had an influence in regards to how you had fun or overindulged in something. And this is an opportunity to heal that. This could be something that comes up, especially with Jupiter whenever it does go retrograde, because it is in this 10th house for 13 months, okay? And so there is ways of it going retrograde and then direct. And you will see things in a different manner because it's dealing with your perspective. Okay, so if that has been something that has been lingering in the background, then this is a time to where it will be healed. You will come to terms and throw your hands up and say it's time, And it could have had something to do with the loss of a child. It could have something to do with the loss of a pet or a loss of a lover, okay, or people that you had dated before. If you're not married, if you don't have the status of being partnered up with someone, those people that you had dated had an influence on your perspective and your experience with love. And this is a time to where that is going to change, that you're going to see things in a different manner. Because your status is connected with Jupiter, it could be that you're getting married or divorced. It depends on the person, right? It really depends on the person. Now, the partner could have an influence on that perspective that you have about love, like I said earlier, or your self-worth. And this could be a time to where you guys go to therapy, or that you guys, change a perspective in some way, shape, or form. Or, you could move, honestly. And I say that because the third house is activated with Capricorn that rules the 10th. And it could be that there's a moving that happens, or just communication in regards to a gain or lucky or opportunity that comes to you guys, right? And I'm going to show you, your 12th house is dealing with Libra, which is relating to other people and relationships, healing of relationships. Keeping the balance is something that Scorpio has to do in their lifetime, sun, moon, or rising, okay? You have to keep the balance within relationships and heal past relationships that have affected you thus far, because it can sabotage. 12th house is sabotaging. Libra, it rules the 7th, which is relationships, okay? And keeping the balance is Libra. And healing past conditioning is the 12th. So you have to realize that you can sabotage or have the need to sabotage your relationships all the time, right? It's just inside of you until you heal it, until you understand the perspective of relating to another included with your self-worth, okay? And this could be something that is expanded because of Jupiter, expanding, the knowledge of how you love, the knowledge of, your children, the perspective you're holding toward them, the perspective you're holding toward the person that wears the pants in your family, right? All of these things are going to come up. Luckiness and opportunities can come out of this if you do the inner work. You do the inner work, it's like the universe, it rewards you in regards to an upgrade within your status, or money coming to you, or feeling beautiful again, or feeling like, because Taurus being activated, feeling wealthy, right? Feeling like things are just, butterflies and flowers. It can happen like that. And it could take advantage of that Leo of having more fun and enjoyment in your life again. But you have to do the inner work first, right? Because expansion is going to be something that happens for everybody. And I'm sitting here and I'm telling you this side of Jupiter mainly because you are a Scorpio. And Scorpios, they have a life that is full of transformation, crisis, things like that happen to them that place them upon a trajectory of survival mode, right? And that survival mode is activated with Leo because you're dealing with the sun. Leo, it is ruled by the sun in astrology, so we're dealing with that survival mode, and we're dealing with that ego, right? So it's something to look at, and something to be aware of if you want to have enjoyment in your life again. That perspective of who you are and where you are has to change. That you actually have it well, or that you actually can enjoy, right? Can enjoy something or love something or someone again. Okay. Thank you for being here, Scorpio. Please like, share, and subscribe and hype, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Sagittarius. This is for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Jupiter that's happening in your 9th house. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype the video. That 9th house, we're dealing with long-distance travel, other cultures, religious beliefs, beliefs in general, your perspective, your philosophy. This is abroad. This house is considered the house of blessings and opportunities. This is also your skills and learning abilities, teachers, preachers, and gurus, in-laws, grandchildren, grandparents, higher education, media, publishing, legal cases, politics, and freedom. With it associated with Jupiter, Jupiter is expanding situations of these things to place you on the right trajectory you need to be on, to gain Leo situations, fun, joy, hope, and optimism, right? This could also be a situation with Jupiter of luck and abundant opportunities that come to you that provide you with more fun and enjoyment, provide you with showcasing your talents and genius, maybe even popularity and celebrity status. This could be opportunities in regards to throwing parties or events, or these events have some type of correlation with the influence on your perspective, okay? Those grandparents, in-laws, and grandchildren could have an impact on what you're doing to have fun and enjoyment. They could be the ones that are throwing a party, and that's where that perspective is changed. It could be a situation of love coming from those people that change how you see things, change your philosophy. You could be going on a long distance travel with them, and it feels abundant to you, more joy, hope, and optimism. Leo, it rules the 5th house in astrology. So we're using that definition for Leo: love, enjoyment, children, hobbies, your God-given talent. It could be infidelity also, fun, sex, celebrity, popularity, recognition, status. This is where your expression is. Pets, dating, pleasure, your creativity. Trying to think of anything else. Friendships is Leo. Friendships, friends, a lover, they could have an impact on your philosophy or the bigger picture. Maybe even bring in opportunities for you to be noticed. Those in-laws, grandchildren, grandparents also could do that. It could be a situation of you turning into one or having children, right? I want to look further into Jupiter. Jupiter, it rules over Sagittarius and modern astrology, and traditional astrology, it rules over Pisces. So we're going to look at these two houses because they're connected with what's happening. So Sagittarius is your 1st house. The 1st house being your identity, the way that other people see you, your physical body,
Okay? Your aesthetic, how you dress, how you wear your hair, how you wear your makeup, what have you, your aesthetic. Your self-leadership, self-governing, and self-autonomy is here. Okay? And there could be expansion of you being seen. You could be seen by your God-given talent through people of long distance or friends of long distance, or it could be seen through your God-given talent as a blessing. And that's how this abundance is coming to you, right? Because the first house being activated, it is all you. You are Sagittarius. So you are shown for your perspective and philosophy. Maybe becoming a preacher, teacher, or guru could be something that's happening. Higher education, having a party for graduation could be happening, and therefore it changes your perspective, right? And it's for you graduating, right? This could be a situation of luck and abundance coming to you, and it feels like a blessing. And, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to go further than that. It could just be something that it's an opportunity that comes to you for opening up more fun and enjoyment in your life. And it feels like a blessing, right? First house being associated with your identity, there could be an identity change that happens. And like you get married or divorced or something that deals with a job, right? This is an identity change that is happening here. This could also be a situation of psychological perspective that changes due to a teacher, preacher, or guru, or due to some type of epiphany or awakening that's happening. Okay, so let's look further. I'm going to look at Pisces. Pisces is situated in the 4th house. The 4th house, it deals with your home, property. It deals with your emotional body. It deals with past situations that have happened. Family and mothers are here, or the nurturing parent. Okay. This could also be family or ancestral lineages. Pisces, it deals with loss and grief. It also deals with spiritual awakenings, spirituality, the occult. It can be prisons, hospitals, insane asylums being associated with Pisces. Pisces is also letting go and going with faith, transformation, and endings. A lot of people look at Pisces as where toxicity lies, okay, or overindulgence of habits, self-sabotage lies, okay. So when you look at this chart, a lot of Sagittariuses had parents that were overindulgent in their habit, drinking alcohol or some other substance that was toxic to them, to the nurturing parent a lot of times. And then sometimes you can look at it as there was a loss of that nurturing parent, okay? But in this case, in Jupiter, it's expanding your perspective in regards to the situation of loss. So this could be that your perspective in regards to a grievance of a family member or a grievance of a parent, it changes because of maybe a medium that you have. Mediumship is Pisces, the occult is Pisces, past life regression is Pisces, and there could be an expansion of you gaining some type of reading that helps you process and initiate yourself with opportunities of a new philosophy or opportunities of skills and learning abilities that you may not have known that were yours, because it could be that it's connected with an ancestral lineage that you've had. I went through that. It was, I figured out that I was Native American and I had a gift of mediumship with the tribe that I was associated with. They were known for being conjurers and sorcerers and mediums, and it helped me understand myself more. So this could be a time to where you figure out that God-given talent came from a lineage that you have, or this could be a situation of you gaining some type of insight from being exposed to a medium or being exposed to the occult, right? And it changes who you are and how you govern yourself throughout the world. It could be also a situation of, you know, a transformation that happens within your parents' life or within a family member's life, okay? That could happen. It could also be a wake-up call of your emotional body that is connected with your belief system. And that could change during this time. That belief system can be anything. It could be religious beliefs that your family believed in. It could be belief systems that you had held because of maybe there was influence with a friend, a lover, or a grandmother, or an in-law, a belief system that you held in regards to you know, growing up the way that you did, and that's the way that everything was. Past conditioning is being released here. It could also be a situation of prisons, hospitals, insane asylums being activated from maybe a friend is going there, or maybe that grandparent, in-law, or mother, or it doesn't necessarily have to be a mom. It can be the nurturing parent in your life, a family member going to the hospital, right? It could be either one of those. And at this place is where Jupiter is activating that talent that you have, right? Of maybe it initiates you to be a nurse, or it initiates you to be a doctor, or it initiates you to be a teacher, preacher, or guru in some shape or form, or it changes that perspective that you had in regards to the philosophy that you hold about yourself, right? It can be as intricate as that. But at the same time, Jupiter is also, on the other hand, luck and abundance. And this could be that there's a transformation of home, that you're gaining a home, or you're having the opportunity to change that identity that you've held thus far, right? Jupiter can bring in money for everyone to initiate that luck and abundance. And it could be an opportunity to make money from home. It could be an opportunity to make money further away. It could be an opportunity that comes in that allows you more freedom to have fun and enjoy yourself. Okay. And Pisces, it has a lot to do with transformation and endings. So you're more likely to leave the past behind, and you're more likely to change homes or properties that you have, okay? It can make things happen to where that change is necessary for you to get on the right trajectory that's needed for your path, because Pisces has a lot to do with your soul's essence. And then you have Leo that's talking about your sun, which is your ego, survival mode, the part of you that is connected with the identity. You know what I mean? So who you are initially is going to change because the belief system about yourself is changing. Okay. And sometimes events happen in a human's life to make that change happen, like a tower moment, rather than, a little bit here, a little bit there. It would be more or less that belief system, because what you believe is what you perceive in life, changes, and therefore you start doing things in a different manner. You could be changing the way that you're dressing. You could be changing the way that you're cutting your hair or the aesthetic that you're holding because of that belief system that you thought was a part of you. And it could be connected with religion. It is a possibility. Or it could be connected with past associations of beliefs from family, right? It really depends on the person. But the way that you look is going to change with Jupiter, okay? Because it's connected with your identity. And the way that you present yourself and lead yourself throughout the world is going to change with Jupiter. It could also be a perspective from a friend that changes, or from a lover that changes. And I'm saying this because love and lovers, those people that are part of your life that you're holding close to you, is connected with the ninth house of a philosophy. So your belief system in regards to them could change, or vice versa. And they see you differently first house, right? It could be that. It could be a situation with your enjoyment of life, or how you've been enjoying life thus far is changing. And I say this because Leo, it has a lot to do with expression. It has a lot to do with how you enjoy. And it could include overindulgences, right? And how you overindulge could change. Okay? Like, say that you drink alcohol, you do drugs every once in a while, you dabble in some type of whatever to enjoy life, and Jupiter comes in this house, and it could create things that are dramatic for you to change that way of having fun, or it could just expand that philosophy and skill and learning ability for you to do something about it. Okay? I want to remind you that Jupiter being in Leo is expanding everyone's sun sign, because they are connected with Leo that way. Leo rules over the sun in astrology, or the sun rules Leo in astrology, and is connected with the ego and survival mode, and it's connected with being dramatic, okay? When it comes to Jupiter in Leo, everyone is dramatic. Everyone wants to talk about their lover. Everyone wants to talk about past lovers. Everybody wants to initiate friendships and be a friend, or they want to be upon a pedestal like a king or queen and be treated as their sovereignty within wants them to be treated. And so that can create some chaos, right, for everyone. It can also create selfishness, okay, for everyone. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I can tell you here with this correlation. Transformation is going to happen, and endings is going to happen within that fourth house, whether that is the emotional body that you've been carrying thus far, past situations that you've held. It could have been about a Pisces. It could have been about a literal Sagittarius. You know, those views that you've had thus far in regards to a mother, in regards to your home life, where you belong, your emotional body on a psychological level that you've been holding in. How would I say that? It would be more of not necessarily a self-sabotaging. It can be self-sabotaging influence that you've been holding in thus far, or it could be resentment, right, that you have been holding thus far. It doesn't necessarily have to be a mom, Pisces, or Sagittarius. It can be about anyone, but it could be those people too. That is going to be healed. There's going to be a new perspective in regards to how you feel like you belong, a new perspective of your emotions connected with what makes you feel comfortable or what makes you feel secure. That is changing, okay? The bigger picture is coming out with Jupiter activation in the 9th. You rule that 9th house, so it is directly connected to you, with Jupiter being your ruler also, right? So wherever you have Jupiter within your chart, I would take a look and see the house and correlate it with this video, okay? Because it will be activated. This is a 13-month transit, okay? The 4th house is ruled by Cancer in astrology. So let's look at, let me grab another pen here. Let's look at Cancer. So some transformations and endings could be happening in regards to a home, right? 8th house is considered shared resources, crisis, other people's resources, debts, taxes, and government and grants, healing of fears and phobias, loans, mortgage loans, banking loans, any type of loan. It could be a loan from a mother because Cancer is activated, right? It could also be inheritances, hidden knowledge, taboo topics, long-term finances or investments, transformation in your psyche. Death and rebirth is here. Truce could be coming out here. So this could be that you're realizing that family members or that mothers or the nurturing parent, that they're toxic to you, or that they're doing something toxic, okay? Divorces and soulmates is activated with the 8th house. And this could be a time to where you find your soulmate or the other way around. It really depends on what you want. It could also be a situation of Jupiter giving the opportunity to you to be approved for a loan, gain an inheritance, an investment paying out, okay? And this provides you the means to get a property, change homes. On a psychological level, there could be an awakening to truth, right? And that truth can be healing in regards to family or in regards to mothers or the nurturing parent, okay? This could also be, 8th house has a lot to do with hidden knowledge, taboo topics, and the occult. And this could be a time to where, you know, either a preacher, teacher, guru, someone of that nature, they help you on a psychological level to heal things. Or this could be a situation of you becoming one. And this is the transformation of you doing these things at home, or the transformation of that emotional body of it. It actually feeds your creativity, or it is your God-given talent, and you know, are doing this for others. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. There could be a psychological awakening in regards to your mood swings that are connected with family, parents, past situations, resentment, self-sabotaging habits, anything of that nature. If you are one that thinks that they have a problem emotionally and it's due to some type of hormonal change, this is where you would probably wake up to see that those sabotaging habits have something to do with that, or some type of toxicity is what is causing the emotional fluctuation, right? But I am not a physician or a doctor. Just let you know, I have a disclaimer, okay? But there could be an awakening upon that, or this could be holistic healing that you wake up to, right? I'm seeing if there's anything else here. With debts, taxes, government, and grants, these things being activated, you could have or find opportunities in regards to using those resources to gain a home, okay? And that pushes you forward with the opportunities that are presented for you having more fun and enjoyment. It could also be a talent, a hidden talent that you have is actually dealing with using the government or gaining grants. And these things could be a situation of you working for someone under like government contract, and you're doing it with homes, with properties, or you're finding some type of contract for others in regards to those, like a real estate agent. This could also be a situation of, renovation and cleaning out the toxic as Pisces. So this could be your God-given talent is those things. Okay, that is a possibility too. Finances are the 8th house, and you could be doing something in the financial field for others. This could be something that you find out of a new learning skill or ability that you're actually good at, or you get some type of indication that you're willing to do this for others, and then therefore you find out that you love it. It really depends on the situation, but Jupiter gives expansion of opportunities for you to understand that God-given talent, for you to understand love and unconditional love, for you to understand what friendship and love really means, because it's in Leo. Okay, and what you're good at, your creativity and hobbies. So going viral is a thing with Leo, and this could mean that you get popular in some way, shape, or form, and this brings in opportunities for you to do other things. Okay, and it could be associated with Cancer. It could be that you're doing those things with homes and properties, like I had said before, with shared resources, or resourcing out something of yours. It really depends on how that goes. It can go vice versa, but it could also be that you discover that you are a person of a healer. Cancer is that emotional body working on a psychological level, right? And this could mean that you see that you can be a psychiatrist or a person of holistic healing, or something that deals with spiritual or hidden talent or esoteric knowledge connected with Cancer of the healer of past situations, or you could just be introduced to that type of healing. And that's what changes your perspective with Jupiter in the 9th house. And I think that might be about it, Sagittarius. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Hi, Capricorn. This is for Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to talk about this Jupiter in Leo happening in your 8th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. The 8th house, it deals with crisis, legal matters, soulmates, divorces, other people's resources, debts, taxes, government grants, loans, banking loans, mortgage loans. This is where the Kundalini is, okay? Deep bonding, sex, or intimacy, right? Hidden knowledge, taboo topics, esoteric knowledge, inheritance, death, and rebirth, truths are here, investments, long-term finances, transformation, and your psyche. With Leo activated, all of those things I just mentioned, they have an impact with or on lovers, love, unconditional love. It's also your God-given talent, your creativity and hobbies. I keep saying habits, but it's your hobbies. Your hobbies, your God-given talent, and creativity with Leo. Leo is popularity, celebrity status. This is Leo, so it's recognized by others. Leo is that queen and king energy. Okay, to give you a little bit of an insight of Leos. Leos are considered prideful, courageous. They love deeply. Okay. Leos are also connected with pets, your dating life, joy, hope, and optimism. Children are Leos. Friendships are Leos. Okay. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you about Leo. Infidelity is Leo, right? Jupiter being here is bringing in expansion, making something bigger than life, I guess you would call it, because it's in Leo. And Leo can be dramatic, all right? Leo can also have an influence with Jupiter on more fun, joy, hope, and optimism, with abundance, luckiness that happens. Okay, so this could be a situation of inheritance coming to you. This could also be a situation of opportunities, because Jupiter, it rules over Sagittarius. So opportunities, it could be abundance that comes to you with other people's resources, or opportunities to use other people's resources. Okay. This could be considered a payout of investments that you have that give you opportunities, or it is abundance, like money coming to you from other people, money coming to you through inheritance, money coming through from some type of loan that you applied for. Okay. This could be that a lover does this, or a friend does this, and they get approved, and therefore it has an impact in your life. Okay, there's joy, hope, and optimism and fun connected. This could also be a situation to where sex is involved with Leo, and it's also involved with the 8th house with Kundalini awakenings, right? So you could be having fun sex. It doesn't matter, if it's with that significant other or what.
that Kundalini awakening happens and all your chakras are lit up. Therefore, it affects you on a psychological level because it's expanded with Jupiter, of expansion of your psychological perspective. Okay. This could also be a situation with the occult. Hidden knowledge, taboo topics, esoteric knowledge. It could be expansion of conversations about these things with a lover or friend. Or it could be that you discover how to have more fun and enjoyment within your life due to understanding the occult or esoteric knowledge or hidden knowledge, or finding that. I do want to say too that other people's resources is activated. And when I say other people's resources, this can be anything that another person has that is resourceful to you and your life. And there could be an opportunity to use their resources in regards to what you need for your God-given talent to be noticed, creativity. This could also be you sharing your resources with lovers, with children, with friendships. Okay, so it could go either way, that maybe you are the one that is given that opportunity of a loan to another, or finding resources for that other. Okay, I'm trying to see if there's anything else I can tell you here. Death and rebirth is activated. Okay, and it could be a phoenix rising from the ashes situation of you understanding love, of you gaining love. You could find your soulmate, or you could get a divorce. It could go either way with Jupiter because it expands your perspective and perception upon the situation, and it hits you in the 8th house on a psychological level of what's needed for you to have more freedom, fun, and enjoyment. Okay, so it could go either way. I'm seeing if there's anything else here with Leo. Parties are a thing with Leo. Parties, celebrity status, going viral. Okay, and this could look like a sponsorship with someone that helps you on the media to go viral, or it could just be abundance of that sponsorship. This could also be situations of a friend or a lover having these things, and they do this, they go viral, or the other person, the lover, the friend, they're the ones that give you the opportunity for using resources. They find resources for you to use, or they have the capability of helping you with a psychological endeavor. Okay, I'm seeing if there's anything else here. Yes, death of pets can happen. You know, death is activated with Pluto anyways in everyone's chart. Okay, and I want to remind you of this when I talk about anything that deals with death, that it's always activated. Always. Because Pluto is always activated. So yes, there's a possibility of a death of a relationship or a death of self, right? To a new you that discovers how to have fun again or enjoyment again. This is the phoenix rising from the ashes of the old that no longer serves you. And you're rising to become a person that can enjoy and love and create friendships or create that fun in their life again. I do want to say too that Leo, it is ruled by the sun in astrology, and it has indications of that survival mode. And the sun, it rules over the ego. So there's survival mode, and then there's the other side of the ego that is seen. The sun shines upon you and gives you good things, right? And so it's activating both sides of the sun to where it's indicating, hey, this is where I am noticed, or this is where I need protection. Okay, that survival mode. And the psychological perspective surrounding that is going to change. That maybe you come back into yourself and see unconditional love, or you see how to love and enjoy life again. But that is for everyone. With the sun activated, people are going to be dramatic. People are going to be selfish. People are going to be considering themselves a king or queen and want to be noticed for who they are and what they are. Okay, so there is a 13-month transition of others seeing themselves this way. And that's a lot to deal with. So your psychological standpoint is going to be activated because of that. There's going to be events that happen with other people that's going to make you change your perception in regards to them. Okay? Because of their actions. Actions speak louder than words. Words can't teach. Experience teaches. You know what I mean? So this is going to be you seeing that for the next 13 months. Okay, so I want to look at anything else I can tell you here. If you have, say you have media stuff, say you have either subscriptions or you're an influencer on media, all of these things can go viral, or it can bring upon some type of legal case if you don't have a disclaimer, or if you're using someone else's material or something like that. Keep it in mind that Jupiter can expand situations, so you change the situation. Transformation of love, transformation of your God-given talent, transformation of children can happen, transformation of friends can happen. Okay, I want to look at the two signs that are ruled by Jupiter, which is Sagittarius and Pisces. Sagittarius is the modern ruler, or modern ruled by Jupiter. So we're going to start there with the 12th house. The 12th house, it deals with endings and transformation. It also deals with grief and loss. It can be spiritual awakenings. 12th house deals with habits, higher states of consciousness, self-sabotaging situations. It can also be the occult, mediumships, past life readings, karma healing, healing and restoration of past conditioning that you had been through, prisons, hospitals, insane asylums, anything of incarceration. The 12th house is also toxicity, okay? It can be situated with foreign revenue. Foreign is the 12th house. 12th house is also, I'm trying to think of anything else. The occult, soul work, spirituality. It has a connection with divine, God, source, the universe. It has a connection with the ether, okay, of you diving deeper into a different philosophy when it comes to Sagittarius being connected here. And that is to change your perspective, your psychological viewpoint, your belief system, the narrative that you've been telling yourself thus far. Things can happen to make this happen. Like there could be a death of someone that makes this happen. There could be an inheritance that comes to you to make this happen. There could be a transformation within a child's life, a lover's life, a friendship that you have to make this happen, okay? For that new perspective and psychological well-being to come out. Yes, there is a lot of good things when Jupiter is activated, but there's also expansion. And that expansion and growth can feel like it can be painful, yes, but it can also be much needed, is what I'm trying to say. Like you're a child and your bones are growing within inside of you, and it's doing it for a reason, but it also hurts at the same time. You know what I mean? So this could indicate you growing on a psychological level, because there's healing that is happening and necessary of any type of self-sabotage that you've been through, any type of habits that you may have had that had an influence on that belief system, any type of psychological healing of past conditioning, maybe even holding of resentment in regards to love or friends. All of this stuff is going to come out and it's going to be healed, okay? With the 12th house also representing and referring to a dark night of the soul, for you to take the journey with your belief systems and narratives that you've been telling yourself thus far, which is Sagittarius, right? Now, opportunity and blessings are connected with Sagittarius and Jupiter. So even when things may feel like they're intense, or even whenever, you know, it could feel like a crisis, that opportunities are presented to you on a psychological level, or it could be opportunities presented to you in regards to other people's resources to help you get through a situation. And that starts something else. It expands you to what you're good at. God-given talent is activated with Leo, okay? And you have this way of being resourceful during times of crisis, times of, you know, you owe debts or you owe taxes. You have this way of being resourceful, and Jupiter is going to show you this or give you that gain so that you can use that resource to get out of a situation. Because we do have transformation and endings activated with Sagittarius, okay, with that blessing. So that opportunity that comes to you could feel like a blessing. You know what I mean? Sagittarius is also long distance travel, and there could be a time to where you take a vacation that's further away that helps you heal, helps you see things in a different light, gives you a different perspective, or it opens you up to using other people's resources. You could be using other people's resources for that long distance travel, right? This could also be a situation with skills and learning abilities that you're diving deep into. And it could be anything really that deals with finances, other people's resources, the government grants, taxes, diving deep and learning a new skill or ability with the occult, with something that deals with philosophy or psychological well-being of belief systems and narratives that others have a hard time dealing with, that you could come out of this as a person that's capable of teaching others how to fix themselves when it comes to a love situation, right? Or fix themselves when it comes to a relationship or friendship, or finding their purpose, okay? This could be a situation where you're transforming into that teacher, preacher, or guru, or there is a teacher, preacher, or guru, because that is Sagittarius, that implements that change of your psychological well-being, right? To open you up to have more fun again and enjoy yourself, or to see your sovereignty, because that's Leo. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. Now, there is a chance that you could get some type of medium or reading of some type of the occult that has an impact on your outlook for either that belief system, you know, or the love that you have in your life. Maybe you're stuck in between choices of whether or not to let go, or maybe you're stuck in between choices of whether or not this is the person, right? And that reading can have an impact on that choice that you have. But with Jupiter, it's going to go either way. It's either going to expand you to do something as necessary, or it's going to expand and broaden a perspective that you have in regards to the reading itself. I have discovered some people that get readings, you know, they only give them for like 15 minutes, but the reading was $250, and it wasn't necessarily detail oriented, you know, and they felt like they were scammed, or they felt like it wasn't enough. Okay, so that is a chance that can happen. So be mindful and discerned in regards to any type of occult reading. If you would like one from me, I have on my channel the description of how to contact me through my email. And yeah, my readings are $200 because, you know, I do mediumship. I'll give you a medium through the reading, chart reading that you have, and you can ask in anything that you want and desire. You can send me a book of, you know, what I want to know about my chart. You know what I mean? And that's just how I am. So I try to make them more than 30 minutes. But, you know, sometimes I talk fast. But, yeah, if you would like a reading from me, it is, you know, the details are on my channel. Anyways, so have discernment. And if you don't like my readings, you know, let me know and I'll refund you. You know what I mean? I don't care. That's just how I am. But I love what I do. I enjoy what I do, you know. And this could be a time to where you're deciding to do that for other people and have an impact in regards to those people that need healing on a psychological level, right? Now, I do want to look at Pisces, because Pisces is the traditional ruler in astrology, or traditionally ruled by Jupiter in astrology, okay? And Pisces, it deals a lot with loss and grief. It deals a lot with transformation and endings. It also deals with awakenings, okay? The occult is activated here. And your habits, your sabotaging habits, and the way that you sabotage on a subconscious level, okay? And when it's in the third house, we're talking about that mindset. So that mindset, it can get to you. If you don't transform that mindset and keep the narrative of situations that have happened thus far, then you're not growing. And it can bring in that past conditioning that had already happened to you into everything else. Because the third house is everything else. It's how you communicate to other people. It is your communication
of your mind. It can also be receiving communication, right? Documents, ideas that you have. Third house is small education, certificates, licenses, permits, visas. Third house is also considered aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors and family, right? Third house is the environment you grew up in, your local environment, the neighborhood. It is productivity, you know, your actions that you do, what motivates you, okay? This is also moving and movement, media and writing, skills and learning abilities, the salesman, the tradesman. This is advertising, okay? With this connection with Jupiter, this could be that you find another way to advertise your skills and learning abilities, or your God-given talent that you have, okay? And it deals with dealing with other people's resources, all right? It could also mean that you're using other people's resources to advertise, opportunities to use other people's resources to advertise, like being sponsored by somebody, or collaborating with another person with their resources, and therefore you're gaining that opportunity. Or this is transformation also, and endings of doing those things. If you had been collaborating with another person, it could be that you're ending that, of shared resources, of having to be a part of something else so that you could go forth or move forward with your talent and genius. Okay, this could be a transformation of that. Or it could be communication in regards to, like I said earlier, you know, a passing of someone that happened, communication in regards to a loss or grief that had happened. So this would be more like that mediumship or reading that I was talking about, or you still have that within you that is needing to be healed, okay, on a psychological level, and you're realizing that that is holding you back from love, enjoyment, fun, and optimism, okay, that expansion of your psychological level. Now, third house could be considered that you're inheriting vehicles, tools, things that are trinkets or anything of that nature. It could be inheritance of that. It could be inheritance of maybe a laptop or a phone, right, that you're gaining. This could also be a situation where there is a transformation or ending of a loan, right? Or debt, or taxes, or something that deals with the government, right? This could be you changing the way that you invest, or changing the way that you're receiving other people's resources. How can I say that? It would be of a change of way of you receiving other people's resources through maybe instead of it being mailed to you, you use email, or instead of you accepting payment for something in one way, shape, or form, that you change the way that you're accepting payment from someone, right? That could be something. And it could have something to do with that God-given talent that you have, okay? There could be, with Pisces involved in the third house,
that there is some type of unconditional love that happens. And that could look like, it could look like anything, but it could also be a situation of you deciding that you're not going to put too much energy into maybe a divorce or maybe a legal case, that you are letting God take the wheel, okay, on the situation. And Jupiter is allowing you to open up your perspective of what you really desire or what you really want, okay, and your sovereignty. Good things happen to people that wait, you know what I mean, and have patience and consider themselves or show themselves as the person with the self-autonomy that can lead themselves throughout the world in a certain manner. And so people see that as being an adult, and this could be a time to where that's what you're deciding to do, to be the bigger person and just let things play out as needed. Okay, that could happen. Because Pisces has a lot with letting go and going with faith in situations. And your connection with the divine is potent because it's in the third house. You can have direct communication with the divine. And if you're in the occult, this is a time to where you're going to understand that, or you're going to use that with other people. This could be also that the divine is trying to express to you on having more fun and enjoyment by using other resources or delegating situations of finances, right? And it's like you're getting intuitive hits in regards to that. This could be also that psychological situation that you have been holding on to or going through, that you have a dream and or visions. And all of this is communication from God, source, the universe, on how to deal with this situation. I do want to say too that, you know, you would be a great teacher, preacher, or guru in regards to the occult, because you have Sagittarius in that 12th, Pisces in the 3rd. So that communication in regards to the occult is there. And if you're a person that is doing that, this is a time to where abundance is flowing to you from others' resources, or a change of abundance of maybe you're going viral because you're doing those things, right? Now, I'm seeing if there is anything else in the 3rd with those aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, or siblings. You know, they could be communicating to you about a transformation that's happening within their life, or they could be telling you about grief or loss, you know, talking to you. And that is where you discover your talents and abilities in regards to death, right? And rebirth, of coming out of the situation or going through a crisis. Now, Jupiter can give you luck and abundance through those people. It is a possibility. It could be that 3rd house being ideas. It gives you a whole new perspective on how to use other people's finances in regards to that talent and genius that you have. And I think that might be about it, Capricorn. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe. Hype the video, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Aquarius. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Aquarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Jupiter happening in your 7th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. The 7th house deals with your marriage partners, your spouses, relationships, relating to other people. It also deals with friendships, best friends,
Therapists, clients, open enemies. Those people that you know will tell you the truth is your open enemy, right? That could include a best friend. Doesn't have to be just someone, that you don't know. Collaborations, contracts, business associations, alliances, commitments, and agreements is the 7th house. With Jupiter here, Jupiter, it rules over Sagittarius and Pisces. So there could be opportunities that come to you through other people. Your partner could have opportunities. There could be opportunities that come through with clients, some type of business association or a new contract of sort. These things could refer to Leo, and Leo represents the 5th house in astrology. It is your love life, your romance, fun sex. It is also considered your God-given talent. Media is Leo. Your children are there with Leo. Leo also has a lot to do with going viral, celebrity popularity, and recognition status. It can give you joy, hope, and optimism, motivation. It can also open up doors to your expression or creativity. And this could be a time to where you are noticed for your talent. Maybe your partner is noticing you. Or this could be that you're getting clients, more clients that are enjoying your God-given talent, okay? With the 7th house activated with agreements and contracts, you could look at this as like a lease agreement. You could look at it as a collaboration with more than one person, okay? That you are gaining more momentum with your creative endeavors. Or this could be that situation of, like I said, lease agreement, to where you find somewhere that you actually love, okay? Or it looks like it's better than what they had said it would be, okay? 7th house has a lot to do with relating to other people, and Jupiter can expand that. It can put you in places with Leo of going to parties with a partner, or going to parties with a best friend, or just going to parties in general, relating to other people, expansion with Leo of lots of love shown to you. Or this could be that you're celebrating someone's anniversary or wedding. This could also be included with baby showers, celebrating a birth of a baby. This could be that your partner gets pregnant, or that you're getting married. Expansion is Jupiter. So having more fun with those that you're related to or relating to. Having more fun in regards to your business associations. Okay. It could also have something to do with representing fun to the public, such as creating those venues for people, those parties for people. And that could be your business association. And it brings out that God-given talent that you have. Clients being associated here, it could be also that there's an expansion, more clients coming in because they've noticed you, or because you're on media, right? And collaborating with other people is something of the 7th. You could have, if you're on YouTube, this could be that you're collaborating with someone else to get noticed. Okay, that can happen. It is a 13-month cycle with Jupiter in Leo. And everyone has Jupiter activated in Leo. This could bring upon dramatic things that happen relating to other people. It could be that your children are having a drama moment, right? Because Leo, it is ruled by the sun in astrology, and it can bring upon that ego for everyone, that I should be noticed for my sovereignty, that I matter, and I deserve, right? Because it's that king and queen energy coming out of Leo with expansion from Jupiter. Jupiter brings in luck and abundance, so you could get some money from. Maybe a partner is upgrading, right? Maybe their business association is upgrading, or a friend is giving you gifts of some type, or you're upgrading with a business association. It could go either way with luck and abundance coming in. Maybe you're getting married, maybe you're having children, maybe something in regards to therapy actually works for you to find more love and enjoyment in life. Therapy is in the 7th house, and Jupiter is expansion, luck, and abundance, and you could find love again if you had been feeling like, things have been stagnant. You and your partner could have a lot of romance and fun sex and enjoyment with each other. This could also be that with Leo activated, with your God-given talent, that you realize you're really good with associating yourself with other people and their relationships, such as maybe your God-given talent is doing tarot, or your God-given talent is doing astrology, and you get more involved with helping other people with their relationships. Or this could mean that you're entering into a new relationship that you didn't think was possible. And it could mean that there's a few things, because you're an Aquarius, and it's hard for Aquariuses as an air sign to dive deep into their emotions. So this could be a little bit of an expansion of emotions that happen in regards to love, like you didn't realize that you deserved it, because your perception is connected with this, and awakening is connected with this. So it's like your heart chakra is completely open, which is a beautiful thing. But remember that the sun, it rules over Leo, so there is a survival mode that has happened thus far with love, and it may have a tendency to knock on that door of it's time to be in survival mode, right? And that could come out as pride, but you're being asked to lean more into courageousness of love. I want to look at the other signs that are associated with Jupiter, such as Sagittarius and Pisces. So Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter in modern astrology. So we're going to take a look at Sagittarius first. Okay. It's in your 11th house. The 11th house is a social house. It is where there are more than 3 people at an event. Okay. This is also your groups, clubs, and affiliations. How you socialize with those groups, clubs, and affiliations. This is also hopes, dreams, wishes, rewards, and gains. This can be friendships of long distance, older siblings, socializing, like I said, on a bigger scale, more than 3 people. Technology, your community, okay? And this is in Sagittarius, which means that there is a bigger picture or philosophy, maybe even a belief system connected to how you socialize. This could be also with Sagittarius. Sagittarius deals with foreign or abroad. It deals with skills and learning abilities, teachers, preachers, gurus, in-laws, grandparents, and grandchildren. It can deal with higher education. Media is also Sagittarius. Publishing, legal cases, politics, and freedom. Okay? So this association with the 7th is how you're relating to others on your belief system of socializing with them, or there is a change, a luck and abundance change that happens in regards to you associating yourself with people, such as this could mean that your status is changing, right? The way that you are associating yourself with clubs, groups, and affiliations is changing. That if you get married, right, with the 7th house activated, that you are represented as a married person. Or if goals, rewards, gains are activated, this is that partner activating that for you. Or this could be that your association with the right people is happening, and rewards, gains, and goals are coming true, right? That is a possibility with this Jupiter being activated in the 7th and the 11th. Relating to how you socialize with other people on a deeper level with your philosophy and belief system is activated. You could be doing this over media. You could be becoming a teacher, preacher, or guru. This could also mean that there is groups, clubs, and affiliations further away from you that is asking you for a business association, okay? And that's where they're seeing your God-given talent, and luck and abundance is coming to you. Religion is Sagittarius. So your partner or you or both are having an experience, a religious experience together that could alter how you're having fun together, your romance. This could also look like you going on some type of retreat together, depending on what you believe in, right? If you're not religious, this could just mean that you and a partner are taking a long distance travel vacation, maybe with a group, club, or affiliation, or with the community. It doesn't have to be, but it's socializing upon an opportunity, right? That's presented to you that is romantic and fun and enjoyed. This could be a therapeutic situation to where therapy asks you to take time out for each other. And it's almost like you're made to do it, right? I'm made to do it. I have to go on this vacation to bring back the spark within my relationship. And that could be something that's happening. A perception is activated here, and it could be perception of the relationship, how you guys socialize, or it could be something that happens in regards to a proposal. A proposal opportunity comes out of groups, clubs, and affiliations. It comes out of being in community, right? This could be that you're being asked to be married, right? The proposal. or children are having this, or children are having children, and you are becoming that grandparent, right? Grandparent and in-laws is activated with Sagittarius. So this could bring in that opportunity to be grandparent or in-law. This is also with Sagittarius activated. Sagittarius is the bigger picture and goals. And it could mean that you are actually arriving to your goal. Okay? Just to let you know. It is activated with business associations and relating to other people and clients. Fun and enjoyment, motivation, your God-given talent is activated with 7th house. And all of these things could accumulate to you actually arriving to that goal that you've been wanting. Rewards could be represented to your partner. Rewards could be represented to you, depending on, where you guys are in life. It could be that you're using your credentials that you had gotten from college, or you're entering into college, whichever. It could be your partner doing this, right? It could go either way because college is activated. So if you haven't used those credentials, it's going to place you upon new groups, clubs, and affiliations, or you're just going to new clubs, groups, affiliations, or a new community using your already having those credentials, right? And this is going to help you facilitate your God-given talent with the 7th house and relating to other people in a fun manner, enjoyment, motivation to do so. Okay, more clients also. I do want to look at Pisces. Pisces is in the 2nd house. With the 2nd house activated, we're talking about your self-worth and value. What you value, and that could be materialistic things, that could be within what makes you feel complete, what you value. How you are valued by other people is here, because we're also talking about your self-worth. Your self-worth and confidence is activated, and it can include other people of how they treat you. Okay? This is also considered, 2nd house is money, of course. It is the way that you make money on an individual scale and spend money on an individual scale. Okay? 2nd house is ruled by Taurus in astrology. So this is what you deem not just valuable, but what you deem as beautiful. Does that make any sense? 2nd house is considered also your face and food, right? Because Taurus, they love to eat things that are of value. Does that make any sense? They enjoy food in a way that no one else enjoys food. Even a Cancer. A Cancer can eat their emotions, right? Or feel like they're emotionally connected to food. But Taurus, they have this outlook of luxury or luxurious things. So they eat things that are of value to them and to their body. It could also be a situation with Taurus being activated for 2nd house sake, that there is a connection with your self-worth to love. Okay? With Pisces activated, we could be talking about grief and loss. We could be talking about the ether. spiritual things, spirituality, the occult, also prisons, hospitals, insane asylums, the people that are unloved, okay, are associated with Pisces. And when it's in the second house, this could mean that you make money loving people that are unloved, okay? In hospitals, in insane asylums, anyone that may have a mental illness of some type or some type of physical handicap element, that is how you can make money, of taking care of them. With Taurus, you are valuing them. So this is also a situation of drugs and alcohol and habits of some type that's activated, and you could be helping others rehabilitate, or talking to others in regards to rehabilitation, a counselor, if you would. The Pisces activation also can be unconditional love for yourself. Self-worth is activated. Letting go and going with faith with situations that happen with your own individual income. Pisces is associated, like I said, with loss and grief, so you could work in those fields of dealing with loss and grief if you're a medium, or if you are a grief counselor, okay? Because we have that therapeutic situation happening in the 7th. This could mean that you yourself are going through therapy and getting, because Jupiter can expand the situation, getting the help that you need in regards to your self-worth and confidence versus a loss that may have happened. Doesn't have to be a person. It could have been a material thing, okay? Some type of loss that had happened, or a grief situation. Again, it doesn't have to be a person. It could have been like a business association, that there's grievance upon, failing businesses, right? That could be something. With Pisces also activated, you could be working with spirituality and faith. Also, anything of the occult or spiritual modality, right? And that could look like anything. That could look like that you're associating yourself with crystals, or associating yourself with frequencies, or associating yourself with Reiki, right? Anything of the spiritual modality used to help with self-worth and confidence. Those things can also help you, if you didn't know, with your self-worth and confidence. It could be something that you're learning in regards to Jupiter being activated on how to bring back that fun and enjoyment into your life, okay? This could also be connected to you through another, so such as your partner introduces something to you as a healing modality, right? Or they open up to you about learning something new in regards to that sense, and you feel valued for it. Also, Pisces can be the subconscious, and on the other hand of Pisces, it can be toxicity and self-sabotaging, okay? And some of the things that may self-sabotage you is Pisces things, or anything that is of consumption that is toxic, right? That could be the self-sabotaging thing that is there. This could also look like toxic spending, okay? Of you're having to balance out that toxic spending. Remember, Libra is activated in the 7th because it rules over the 7th house. So there's toxic spending. This could be because of grievance or loss, or that you're trying to self-sabotage something that you're not happy with. And usually that comes out of, relating to other people in love. Okay? That if you're not happy in that situation, you tend to spend more so that you get more self-worth, or that you use consumption of things, food, drugs, alcohol. You'll use those to mask the hurt. Okay, and that could be something that you're realizing that is happening with that second house activation. With Jupiter activated with other people, your partner could be doing this and is recognized by you. Does that make any sense? Or it could be somewhere in between that you feel like you're unsafe. Maybe it's with money, maybe it's with your self-worth. Okay? Unsafe is the sun. The sun is your ego. And that could be activated with connections with other people. And there could be a realization that happens with this because there's a perception that's wanting to come to you with where you belong, right? And that is concerning groups, clubs, and affiliations that you're attached to, or socializing, the way that you socialize. Whenever there is the 11th house connected with Sagittarius, your belief system is connected with those people that you're hanging around. And, what is the saying? If you hang around dogs, you get fleas, right? And that could be what's happening. And there could be some type of reevaluation of how you're relating to other people and who you're connected with and how it's affecting your partners or best friends, or a detox of the way that you believed before about relating to other people is happening. Because remember, toxic things is Pisces, right? And the way that you correlated your self-worth relating to other people could have been toxic. Okay? I do want to look at money, because I'm sure that all of you have have the need for money these days. I do, right? Everybody does. But money being activated, this could bring in opportunities of those business associations for you to gain money on an individual level. With Pisces activated, Pisces brings in an awakening. Pisces brings in an enlightened idea or enlightened way of doing things. It's almost like with Pisces, you feel like the universe, the divine, has your back, and it takes over the situation. So it brings in an opportunity for you. And this could come from your partner, yes, but it could also be that you're gaining more money through that healing that's happening relating to other people, or you're gaining more money using relationships or correlated with relationships in your God-given talent. Gaining more money using the occult things, right? Mediumship, tarot, astrology, the modality we were talking about, if you're selling crystals, something like that. It could also be that your partner has some type of upgrade within their work, therefore allows you to open up to more fun and enjoyment in your life and in the relationship. And it could mean that you have the capability of working from home. This could also be an enlightened situation of using that God-given talent to work from home. And maybe that wasn't something offered to you until something happened, right? And this could mean that you're getting more clients,
that, you know, things are going the way that you want them to, because that goal, that wish fulfillment is happening with Jupiter. Okay, there is the cosmos working with you in regards to what you want out of life during this time with Jupiter in the 7th. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else here. There could be situations of legal cases that deal with a loss that could be won by you. And I say that because legal cases is activated with Sagittarius. And it could be not just from you, but from a partner. They could be within a legal case. This could be one of those group legal cases that are affiliated with the incident that had happened. And then there is a payout, right? It could be that. It could be with the second house activated with Pisces of maybe you didn't get what you needed or deserved from an association with a company and you're suing them. Or it could be a hospital, or it could be an insane asylum, some type of big group, right? That they didn't do what they were supposed to. I say that because legal cases are activated, and you have, on the other hand, with the 7th house of relating to other people. So something of them supposed to be of you being noticed on an individual level didn't happen. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's anything else here with the second house activated. Now, there will be situations of retrograde with the outer planets that are coming up. It'll start, I think it'll start, well, Pluto is already happening, but the other ones should start in July, I think so, June or July, and last through the rest of the year. Okay, some of them will turn direct around October, November, December, but there's another one that won't until next year, like January, February. So Jupiter will have correlation with those retrograde planets, and it will act upon working on you on an internal level of expanding that philosophy or helping you with some type of epiphany, awakening to how you had been relating to other people and to yourself, and how there is a connection with enlightenment that needs to happen to your self-worth versus other people. Okay, because remember, you have Pluto happening in your first house, and it'll be there for a very long time, but it's trying to change who you were before and how you're seen by other people. And a lot of times this happens within rather than just outside. Okay. Thank you, Aquarius, for being here. Please like, share, subscribe, and hype the video, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Pisces. This is for Pisces sun, moon, or rising. We're going to take a look at this Jupiter that's happening in Leo in your 6th house. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype the video. All right, Pisces. So the 6th house is your daily routine, your daily work and employment. This is also your health, your co-workers, servicing others or service to others, your pets, organizing, detail orientation, and self-mastery. Now, when Jupiter is here, Jupiter brings in luck and abundance. It can also expand situations here in the 6th house. It can bring in some type of epiphany or some type of awakening, because Jupiter in traditional astrology is the ruler over Pisces, right? This could also look like a belief system that is changing. In modern astrology, Jupiter is the ruler over Sagittarius. So that narrative that you've been having thus far may change with the expansion of Jupiter here. In Leo, we're talking about the themes of love, also friendships, romance. Now, each sign, each house has a duality. So it could be infidelity also being brought up, overindulgence being brought up. Leo is also not just love and enjoyment, but it can be celebrity, popularity, and recognition status. Your expression, the way you express yourself on a daily basis. It also includes pets, Leo, dating, your creativity or your God-given talent. Okay. I'm seeing if there's anything else with Leo that I didn't mention. Children, friendships, your hobbies. Okay. So a lot of these things could either be abundant to you or bring expansion to you in some way, shape, or form. Have a lucky break, right? Sixth house is that when I mention work with the sixth house, this is where you're getting the bag, where you're making money in regards to building up that ambition or building up that aspiration. This isn't necessarily where those are, but it is what you're doing to get there, okay? And this could mean that your God-given talent is noticed, or there's an expansion of that God-given talent, a self-mastery, if you would, to put you on the right path to get you to that goal, okay? This could also be pets. They could be having babies, or your children could be getting pets. It could go either way, and you have to take care of them. So, you know, the thing about your daily routine changes, because you may have to take care of either pets, or pets' children, or your children's pets, right? Now, there could also be situations of health concerning pets and children, okay? And it could be that there's an enlightenment in regards to what's really wrong, okay? That there's a new perception in regards to that. Yes, there could be some type of loss that happens of pets, but at the same time, it's not like it was not noticed, or, you know, their age could have a significant factor into that, right? Because it's a perception here when it comes to Jupiter. This isn't Uranus of chaos and unexpected changes, right? So just to let you know that it was expected. This could also be a situation of your health. You're having an epiphany of what's wrong. And that brings back in joyfulness, fun, and motivation to get it done, right? This could have something to do with maybe there was hidden pride on seeing the doctor, or hidden pride in regards to what you knew was already up, you know what I mean? But there will be some type of change of perception in regards to a health facilitation. It could be also that you're not taking care of the inner child, because expansion of that inner child it just got out of Cancer, and Cancer was dealing with that emotional body and what you needed. Well, now we're into what you desire. And it could be that inner child has to be taken care of for a health situation, such as having more fun and loving more and loving unconditionally. Okay? With the sixth house activated with service to others, this could mean that God-given talent that you have, it is associated with servicing others in one way, shape, or form. And you can either get noticed for it, get some type of lucky opportunity that comes through for that service to others, or this could mean that it's funner, it's happier on that end, rather than, just hitting the grind kind of thing. It could change too to you helping others understand love. With Leo being activated with Jupiter, for everybody is in a sense of wanting love. They may also feel pride. They may also feel the need to be courageous. They may also have the need in some cases of unconditional love for other people. Okay? Because remember, Jupiter is traditionally connected with Pisces. And that's letting go and going with faith in situations, opening up to, letting God source whatever you believe in, take the wheel in situations of love. Okay? Children could be born, therefore you have a new way of doing your daily routine. This could also look like a situation of your work changing. Now, it could go either way. There could be a loss of work, therefore you're put in a space to where you have to take care of yourself and express yourself with your God-given talent, okay? And it could also be a situation of an upgrade in work that allows you more fun and enjoyment. With the sixth house activation, sixth house is also organizing and detail orientation. You could get involved with doing venues or parties for others and helping others organize those things. Or this could be a situation of you being an event planner of some type. That could be a part of your God-given talent. Romance is activated. And so romance could be coming back into your life. And that makes you happier and enjoying life again. It could also have an effect on your health, right? I do want to say that overindulgence is activated with Leo. Leo likes to have fun, but it can be expanded. Too much fun with Jupiter, okay? And there could be an epiphany on how much fun that you're having and changing things for your health consideration, okay? Co-workers being activated, co-workers could come in and make that work facilitation better. Okay, they could also, there could be co-workers that leave, and therefore you have a new perception on things, such as maybe those co-workers hazed you, or they were just very negative, and them leaving is just, a breath of fresh air. I mean, it can happen that way. So co-workers could come and go into your life. I'm seeing if there's anything else here. Sixth house is all things that you must do in servitude to other people. And it could be that you're understanding You know, enlightenment is a thing with Jupiter because it is the ruler over Pisces and also Sagittarius. And it could be that you're understanding boundaries and that boundaries need to be put up in regards to overly serving others. All right, that could be something. We're talking about your everyday life here in the 6th house. And it could make you burn out if you are overly servicing others than you should. With your God-given talent or, you know, your expression of how you are. Because there are a lot of Pisces that want others to feel comfortable because they know how it is to not feel comfortable, right? So we're going to take a look at Sagittarius in that 10th house. It is ruled by Jupiter in modern astrology. Sagittarius deals a lot with friendships of long distance, other cultures, long distance travel. It is considered the house of blessings, exploration of your belief system, opportunities, skills and learning abilities, teachers, preachers, gurus, in-laws, grandchildren, grandparents, higher education, media, publishing, legal cases, politics, and freedom. Okay? This is where you hold your narrative, your belief system, right? 10th house, it deals with your professional life, your career, what your aspirations, like I was telling you before, of this is your ambition, this is your aspirations, where you're wanting to get to. This is also situations of your status, and that could be the title you hold, whether you're a parent, a CEO, or a laborer, marriage, right? A husband or wife, whatever, a mother, father, the status that the public sees you as, that title that you hold. Are you an engineer? That's your title. Are you an astrologer? That's your title, right? That you hold. Also, 10th house is related to your power. And those people of authority or authority within your life could be a father figure, could be someone that you hold on that pedestal that you look up to, could be the parent that wears the pants in the family, okay? Connections with the 6th house. So what this could look like is there's opportunities and blessings coming through that parent that wears the pants in the family, or that mentor. This could be you listening to a teacher, preacher, or guru that helps motivate you to have more fun, Leo. Gives you that abundance within your daily routine. This could also be you becoming one, teacher, preacher, or guru. And this is what you're doing on a daily basis. This could be a situation of your power coming back into your daily routine. And it's due to you enjoying life again. Romance being in your life again. Loving yourself being in your life again. Okay? This could look like, I forgot to say that Leo, I think I said it earlier, but I'm going to say it again, that Leo, it can make you recognize, there's recognition in becoming viral, okay, on the media or just recognize wherever you are. And famous, right, being famous, because it's king and queen energy, Leo. And this could mean that you're becoming noticed for what you do, your career, your aspirations, that professional life. It could also be that you're being noticed because of that status that you're holding. Maybe there's a marriage partner that became famous, or maybe it's because of, your God-given talent. That's what brought you out of your self-mastery, okay, of being noticed. This could be that it's becoming that, right? Skills and learning abilities and self-mastery is activated. So you're becoming the person that you've always wanted to be, okay, with Jupiter activated. It can bring in money. You could be getting some type of income or money from Jupiter on a daily basis, that you're the one that's working with finances in regards to that ambition that you hold or the career. It could also be a perception in regards to money, that it's a constant in and out situation, and that you're the one that is doing all the analytical details in regards to that money, because it deals with your expression of what you're doing. So it could be a situation to where you're getting money from Sagittarius things abroad, long distance, religious beliefs. It could be belief systems in general. It could also be an opportunity that you've been waiting on to work with a bank, or to work with some type of facilitation that deals with money and belief system. Okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. That could also be included with politics, like a campaign. It could also be included with legal, so working for a lawyer, or working for someone that's a professional in some way, shape, or form. Professional and professionalism is considered Sagittarius. It deals with that higher education. This could mean also that you're involving yourself in higher education to obtain that ambition. Now, I do want to say too that you could be the person that's providing some type of course for other people to take. It could be situated around education. It doesn't have to be. It could be situated around their ambition, or being some type of motivational person. Motivation is Leo, and excitement is Leo, right? And it could be something of motivating others to do what is needed for them, and you're getting paid for it, like a life coach of some type. I'm trying to think of anything else I can tell you with the 10th house in Sagittarius. Your legacy is held in the 10th house, and this could be a time to where that's expanded. There could be some type of new way of seeing it, or it could be an enlightenment on how to obtain it. It could also be that opportunity that is presented to you for it to actually happen. Okay, because opportunities and blessings are Sagittarius, connected with Jupiter, and it gives you a new opportunity to obtain your goals, to obtain that ambition, to obtain that aspiration, right? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. Now, new perceptions revolving around love and friendship is going to happen. This is opening you up to express yourself on a daily basis within your life, every day, being present, seeing the present as a present from the universe, okay? And doing this will help you manifest. Manifestation is Sagittarius. So you being a part of every day, being present, can bring presence to you of manifestation. Being grateful, Leo. Being happy, Leo, being excited, Leo, expressing yourself the way that you should, Leo, right? Enjoying life again. I want to look at Pisces. It is our first house. I'm a Pisces sun, so this is going to hit home because the sun is the ruler over Leo in astrology, okay? And so first house, it deals with our identity. It deals with the way that other people see us, okay? Your physical appearance, your aesthetic, the way you have your hair, the way you dress yourself, your aesthetic, okay? Self-leadership, self-governing, and autonomy. The way you lead yourself out into the world is the first house. And it's connected with Pisces, which is, transformation and endings, psychic and intuitive abilities, the occult, spirituality. The modalities of spirituality is also connected here, right? And that could look like anything, crystals, frequencies, Reiki, whatever modality that you use, you're a part of that on a physical and identity level. Mine would be astrology and tarot and crystals, right? Just for an example. But also, letting go and going with faith is Pisces. It is your higher states of consciousness and awakenings that are activated with Pisces. Pisces can be the subconscious. It can also be the ether, right? Very mysterious, mystical, if you would. When it's in the first house connected with Pisces, we're talking about loving the unloved, loving people that may have been in hospitals, prisons, insane asylums, right? Or working in those places. It's all connected with you and how you are. Loving the unloved, dealing with the unloved, dealing with the occult, right? The identity that you hold. I'm trying to think of anything else in Pisces. Pisces is healing and restoration of any type of past conditioning that you've been through. Okay. It's also I'm trying to see if there's anything else like foreign revenue. Foreign is Pisces. And I think that might be about it for Pisces. So we're going to intertwine the definition of Pisces with this Jupiter and your identity and your daily routine, daily work and employment, talents and genius, expression, right? So what could happen is loss and grief is Pisces. So there could be a loss of identity that's happening for you. With Leo activated, it's not a bad thing. It's to break you out of the norm and put you back in the space of enjoying life again. Okay? So the change of identity could be coming from some type of opportunity that happens with your status. You could be getting married. You could be having children, right? And that changes everything for you. You could be becoming an in-law or a grandparent. That is a loss of identity connected with Sagittarius, Jupiter, and your identity. This could also be some type of loss of work that happens to break you free. Freedom is Jupiter, connections with Sagittarius, to break you free from the over servitude, I guess you would say. And this is connected with because it's going to go back and forth with your work. If there's a loss of work, you're going to find work that is actually for you, and that can bring out your expression and your God-given talent. It could be that you're working with a lover. It could be that excuse me, that you're working with a best friend or a friendship of some sort. Usually when I do apologize. Usually when Sagittarius and Pisces are together, in that situation, this would be a friend of long distance, or this would be considered a literal Sagittarius or a literal Pisces, or their connections with friends, right? That they're coming in to help you. This could also be a type of situation to where, children could go through this, right? Because they're activated. And that's where you come in with your own sovereignty of identity of who you are to take care of the unloved, right? To help them through the situation, whatever that would look like. Now, there is a type of overindulgence of servitude, and it could mean that you see you are enabling them, okay, in some way, shape, or form, or this opens you up to a new perspective of servitude toward that child, all right? This could also be a situation to where your grievance that may have happened with jobs, your grievance that may have happened with the status. And remember that status can be the title, or it could be dealing with the status that you hold in a relationship, or any type of status that you're having here. There could be a grievance that is healed, and therefore it opens you up to a new being, a new person, whatever that grievance looks like. It doesn't have to be a person. It could be just the situation in general, that it's a repetitive and constant vision that you consistently have. Like, I lost a job 10 years ago, and I was a major part of this company, and then all of a sudden they treat me like a number. That could be a grievance that you consistently tell yourself, and there would be an awakening of your worth and what you actually are good at with your God-given talent and self-mastery. That could also, whatever narrative that you've been telling yourself thus far, with jobs, with relationships, with whatever status that you hold or legacy, that can be a motivation for you during this time to self-master yourself with. And that will open up the door to you having a new daily routine. There's some type of self-mastery you're doing in regards to that. So it gives you more love to that inner child. Do you see the pattern here? That you're becoming a new you, okay, doing these things. This could also be a situation of you healing some type of past conditioning that has been bestowed upon you in regards to a status, okay? And again, that could be a job. It could be a marriage. It could be being a parent. This past conditioning that had been bestowed upon you, it more than likely came from collective energy, society, of you have to be this way, right? That could be that epiphany that you're having now, that you're going to start doing what you want on a daily basis. Watch out, because freedom is abound, right? For Pisces. Freedom is here for Pisces, okay? Also, I want to express to you, Pisces, in regards to your health. It can lead to that situation of identity change, but it could also go to a dark night of the soul, right? So how can I explain that? It's more or less of, you have to go through situations to get to the end to heal the situation of understanding love, understanding friendships, understanding that you are capable of having fun and enjoyment in your life once again. And for some Pisces, that's hard to hear, that they feel bonded or they feel like they're in servitude to others. And the reason that is because the 7th house is in Virgo. Virgo rules over that 6th house of servitude, and it affects your health. It affects you on a level of relating to other people. Too much is too much when you give yourself away. And sometimes with a Pisces, they don't realize until it's too late, right? That they're already burnt out, they're already over the relationship, they're already, done, ready to just move on to the next thing. A healed Pisces recognizes before it gets to that point. And this could be a time to where you're becoming that healed Pisces, okay, to where you're recognizing the signs as they're coming in. I do want to say too, yes, there could be, a change, loss of relationship, loss of job, loss of, what have you. The person that wears the pants in the family, right? It could be that, I'm not saying it's going to be chaotic. It's already expected of situations happening the way that they're going to happen. Because this, again, is not Uranus of chaotic energy, of change. This was already expected. But at the same time, it doesn't matter. Loss is loss, and it's never expected. You always think that you have more time. You always think that, I know it's going to happen one day, but until you experience it, it doesn't really hit home. And this could be a time to where it does. And you completely change. Okay? You change the way that you've been doing things, the way you've been leading yourself. You completely change as a person, because it's almost like it opens up some type of trigger inside of you of healing that past conditioning that was associated with that. Because loving something or someone, or even a pet, loving something, it has its good and bad to it, right? And then, whenever it's gone, the only thing that you think about is the good, okay? But at the same time, your inner being, your soul is healing because of it not being there anymore, right? It's taking a learning curve to, well, what is next in my other relationships? And that is where you recognize the epiphany of treasuring the present, right? The present brings presence. And therefore, it extends back to opening up that manifestation of what you really want in life. Does that make any sense? I hope I made sense. But you're going to completely change the way that you've been leading yourself thus far. You're going to see things in a new perspective in regards to your psyche, of how things have been, and thus how it is now. We're in a different situation with these planets. All of these planets are in different spaces, and they're moving, faster than lightning, it seems, for me anyways. And it's hard to keep up. But associating yourself in the daily will help you heal, will help you with your health, will help you enjoy life more. Okay? Thank you, Pisces, for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.